Okay. Welcome to the broadcast of by the Eade Foundation of the Eade Foundation's Scholastic class tournament. And I've got my expert Chris Torres on with me to tell me like what's the title of this tournament, what's the purpose of it, what's going on. I know I'm sponsoring it, but what is it that I'm doing here? Chris, can you tell me?
Yeah, it's the annual Eade Foundation Spring Scholastic Chess Classic. And we are here on Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to
Shout
all
out to
the
mothers.
wonderful chess moms out there.
Oh yes.
We are here to celebrate chess and raise awareness for the great causes the Eade Foundation is involved with globally, and those causes are kind of broken into two groups. One of them is promoting chess excellence, and the other is creating chess communities.
Well,
And
Chris,
obviously, kids are the young people are vital to any community. So focusing in on young people's excellence in chess is just absolutely wonderful.
you reminded me of a couple of things. One is that the Eat Foundation supports a worldwide chess programs in countries where people can't really afford to start chess programs themselves. We assist them in getting started, but we also do things like chess excellence. So when you're really getting good, we try to support you, get strong, get really strong. But the other thing we've been doing, I should have remembered, and this is
Audio.
last year's Scholastic Chess. The Eade Foundation Spring Scholastic Chess Classic, which
We'll be
was
starting in
last
just a
year. That's what we're doing this year too, isn't it? We're doing it the second year in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, second year in a row, and
I remember now why I'm doing this. It's for kids, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. If you want your community to remain vital and vibrant, you have to keep the young people engaged.
Well, Chris, I'm really glad that you're running this and doing all the work that you're doing because you're teaching chess to children. And, like you said earlier, shout out to the chess moms, because without the chess moms, we wouldn't get the kids to the tournaments. They wouldn't be able to play chess without their support from their parents. But today, particularly, we're going to be conscious of the chess moms out there that are contributing to this. And if they want to get better and better and better, they can do it. If they want to just be exposed to chess, it's a wonderful thing, because when you give the gift of chess to a child, you give a gift that can last a lifetime. It's an educational tool when you're young. It's a pleasant pastime when you're an adult, and it's a solace in our old age. I'm rapidly coming to. I think you can see a little bit of gray in the hair, and it's when you don't have to worry about doctor's bills or doctor's appointments or anything like that when you're playing a game of chess. So once you get them started, it can go as far as they want, and you've been doing a terrific job, and that's why I'm just handing this off to you, Chris, to do this broadcast for me. I'll be around, but you're the guy doing the work. So I just want people to know, Chris Torres. And I think I have a banner that says, yeah. Is this the way they can reach you, Chris? All the
Yeah,
stuff you've been doing?
all the stuff. And on daily chess musings, they'll see updates on this tournament
Mm-hmm.
as it's progressing, and also information about the upcoming summer chess camp series we're going to be doing again, the free online summer chess camp, which you'll anybody who signs up, and it's for all ages too.
Yeah.
We only give awards to the young people, but even if you're an adult and you want to take part, that's fine. I believe this summer we, of course, will be working with you, Jim, and We also have Kevin Pan. We also have FIDE Master Eric Lee. We also have
We broadcast some of his games earlier this year.
absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely, we did. Um, okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute my microphone so I can help out with the tournament.
Oh, okay.
And why don't you go ahead and talk about the Eade Foundation and some of the stuff you're doing in Uganda and
Sure.
Nicaragua. You've got a lot to talk about.
Thanks, Chris.
And it's a
I'll just take over,
yeah.
and when you come back, I will let's see. I'm going to take you offline right now so you can go do your thing, get the tournament started. When you come back, I'll put you back on. All right, so it's just me now. I'm talking to you, and you know what? I might change my background here because this is, I'm in a guest house, and I'm just gonna change. Do I know how to change my background? I wish I had my producer helping me, but okay, I'm going to change it. What should I change it to? I'm going to change it to this one. How's that? How's that? Okay. Now, I don't like it. You guys like it? I don't like it. I'm going to change it again. I'm going to change it to something else. What can I change it to? How about this one? This will be a reminder of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation starts chess programs for those who cannot afford the chess programs. Doesn't matter what language you speak, doesn't matter what country you're from. If you're playing chess, you're part of a chess community. And that's the bottom line for the Eade Foundation. We don't care what language you speak. We don't care what country you're from. As long as you're part of the chess community, you're just one of us. And the chess community can be accessed online. And most people play online now. But some people can't afford computers. They don't have internet access. So all they can do is start chess programs with physical equipment, the chess pieces, chess boards, and that's what the Eade Foundation can send you. So if you don't have a way to get started in your community, get in touch with us. I'll put my contact information here. Let's see, which one should I tell you about? This is the Eade Foundation's website. You can go there and you can get in touch with us. And you reach out, ask for help. We're here to help. And people out there, if you want to help us, help them, please, there's a donation button on there, and please feel free to do so. Because that is more than I can ask for, is to help us help them. And I'm going to put Chris's back there. I'm going to forget about him, and it's just wrong of me to do that. But we were talking about some of the things that the Eade Foundation does besides sending chess equipment out there. One of the things that we do is we support senior centers. And so chess, as I said earlier, when you get into your advanced middle age, like me, or beyond that, and you can still play chess, keep your mind active, and it's wonderful. It's just a great thing to do. We support Scholastics. We do that type of thing because we want to get the kids involved, get the chess moms involved, get them into chess early because it is a gift that can last a lifetime. But some of the things that we do, this is a little photo we got from Uganda. Uganda was when they were just starting out, they had pieces with no boards, and then we could send them boards and more pieces. And so you can see they were so interested in starting to play chess that they made the equipment themselves. And why do I do this? Why does the Foundation do this? Well, we get little things like this in it, and this is a photo that was sent to me from my contact in Uganda on my birthday. And how do you beat that? That's just amazing. So we've been doing this in a lot of different countries. We did start with Nicaragua, and I'll hide that. Nicaragua was the first. We got contacted by the U.S. Embassy in Nicaragua. How did they find us? I don't know. but we're trying to get the word out as much as we can. And when we can get the word out, people contact us, and that's when we find out about them. And the person in the U.S. Embassy in Nicaragua told me that they had a chess coach, but he wanted to teach kids chess, but they didn't have the money for the equipment. So we sent through the U.S. Embassy in the United States to the U.S. Embassy in Nicaragua. We sent them the equipment that they needed. So it was that simple. And that was the first country that we got into. And then we just kept going, we kept spreading out. But, it's not just about um, getting places, programs started throughout the world, and we're really, really happy that we were able to do that. But it's also about supporting people getting stronger. And, I got to be an FM, a FIDE master. That means I can go to any of these countries and they know that I'm a master because it's an international title. And I used to fight with grandmasters. I used to fight with them a lot, but I never got as strong as them. And so that's the kind of thing, they are super strong. And you just have to get really better and put in a lot of time and effort. Because near Alex Yermolinsky, man, he was too strong for me. I played him. And it was just like, oh gosh. So no matter how good you get, there's always going to be somebody better. Unless you're at the very top of the world, like Magnus Carlsen of Norway. And he's the best player, undisputed number one player in the world. But even he took his losses on the way up. And everyone's going to take a loss here and there. And it's how you react when you fall down. Do you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep going? Or do you give up? Well, I think the true sign of maturity is when you give up, giving up chess. Keep playing. The other thing that we've been doing since the start of the foundation is we've been starting the Arthur Award. Eade Foundation is named after my dad, Arthur Eade, who taught me chess, a lifelong gift for me. And the first Arthur Award was won by I am Mishra. He became the youngest international master ever. And the very next year, I had my picture taken with him. He was on the cover of Chess Life. He's the youngest grandmaster. And it was amazing to me. But we didn't stop there. We were interested in supporting chess in all aspects, including women, gender inequality in chess has been pronounced since I got in. When I first started playing chess back in 1972, no points for guessing why. In 1972, Boris Spassky was world champion and Bobby Fischer defeated him. Bobby Fischer in the United States. And all of a sudden, the chess was on covers of magazines and newspapers, and chess became wildly popular. So there was a Fischer boom, and I was part of it. And so this is what got me involved in chess. But you wanted to do the all aspects of it. And so I'm looking for this next picture. The second award, Arthur Award winner was Alexei Root for Dallas. And Alexei was writing a book, and it's going to be published later by Batsford, a great chess publisher, a great book publisher. And she's doing the history of the women's U.S. championship, which has been lost in the way that many minority and people that aren't typically on the cover of Chess Life, these types of things just we don't really remember so well. So this is a vital piece of the U.S. history that Alexei Root is bringing back to us to raise our consciousness, to raise our awareness. And this latest award winner, I'm going to pull this up, and this young man is already an international master, and he's got his first GM norm. And if you go to the Eade Foundation website, you will find out that, let me see if I can put that back up on there. Okay, that's the Facebook page, Jim. This is it. Okay, the Eade Foundation website. You'll see, I had an interview with his dad and this young man, and it's just wonderful to see these people making progress. And I'm going to go back and try to hide that. There you go. I'm just not as technically proficient without my producer, but I can still make these things work. So we keep doing these types of things. and sometimes we have interviews with people that have published books, just because like I had Joel Benjamin and Harold Scott on, and they talked about their newest book, the Winning the World Open. The World Open has been the greatest, the biggest, the most expensive and financially rewarding tournament in the United States for ages. And so the people that have won it multiple times have been covered in this book, and it's a fabulous book, and I recommend you all go out and get it. But the latest was by Cyrus Lakdawala and Karsten Hansen. Check out that video on this website. You go to the website. Sorry, that's the website. I want you to go to that too, of course. But let's see if I have the YouTube channel. These interviews with Cyrus and Karsten is on the YouTube channel. So just do a search on YouTube for the Eade Foundation. And the Norwegian rat, what is that? Well, I just played it for the first time in my correspondence life. And I play correspondence chess now because physical competition over the board is just too time consuming and tiring for this old guy, this chess player. And so I have been able to play correspondence chess, and I just played the Norwegian rat in my first game, and I think I have a winning position. So what is it? It's like if you play e4, d4 as white, black plays g6 and f6. It's crazy, and it's not something people typically study. So you get to play chess. You don't get to play against grandmasters whose opening theory has been out to move 15 or 18 or whatever before you actually start playing the guy sitting across from you, the person sitting across from you. Find out how much do they know about chess as soon as possible. That has always been my way of thinking about this. And the Foundation is one for the website. We won the Chess Journalist Award last year. Oops, that's my honorable mention for my interviews, but this is the website. No, I'm just not technically proficient, but we got this. So I'm going to pull up that banner again for the website. Yeah, can I do that? Can I do it? Yes. I'm so impressed with myself. So that's the website that won the Chess Journalist of America Award for Best Chess Website. Please check it out. And if your mom is watching, have her check it out. And there's this donate button to help us help all those around the world who are trying to get into the chess community any way that they can. So that's some of what the Eade Foundation has been doing. What we've been doing has been very rewarding. And I get to meet guys like Chris Torres, who this is his website. You can go there in the daily chess musings. He's so energetic, and I just think that he's been a chess coach. He does these daily chess musings, so you can get updates. He brings on other people, and he does analysis. It's just a wonderful website, and his chess podcast is just great. So I think that these types of things, you get in touch with people that are doing these types of things as well. And you end up working together with them, because the more people that are working together, the more gets done. There's something where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So if it's just me doing what I do, just Chris doing what he does, it doesn't seem to add up as much as it does when you work together. So that's why the Eade Foundation is supporting the Eade Foundation's Spring Classic, Scholastic chess tournament that Chris is running for us. Because I can't do it all, he can't do it all, so we help each other. And the more you help each other, the more you accomplish. And chess is a game of one-on-one. And so you don't really learn a lot about cooperation. So one of the things that I learned is when I played on a chess team, then you're rooting for your teammates. That was a great way for me to start caring about other people's games and other people's advancement. And then I started to teach chess, and it was like really cool to see kids make progress. And I'm not talking about kids. I also taught in senior centers, because it was seniors when they would get an aha moment, when they would learn something and retain it. It was like it just made their day, it brightened their day. And this is like, if you can do this, why wouldn't you? So this is part of the reasons that the foundation was formed, but it was mostly to honor my father who taught me the game. And it was a lifetime uh, gift that he had given me. Let me see if I can pull up anything else. Oh, there's this one thing. Because, after I stopped playing competitively, because I was very competitive and I would, fight with grandmasters and stuff like that. But when I retired from competitive play, I started writing. And so I wrote Chess for Dummies, for example. And they said, "Well, what kind of book is that, man? It's oversized, it's garishly colored, yellow and black, and and it doesn't really fit in the bookstore shelves, and and you're insulting the reader in the title. You're breaking all the rules." So I loved it. I loved it from the first. I had Microsoft Word for Dummies. Was when I was publishing books. I just didn't know, and then Microsoft manual itself wasn't very helpful because I got this Microsoft Word for Dummies. And I thought, oh man, this is great. So I just fell in love with the publisher. It was IDG Books at the time, and they were bought by um, another company, which was then bought. The brand was bought by Wiley Brooks Books, and Wiley is one of the best Scholastic uh, producers in the country, and their distribution muscle is wide. So this book has been out there. So don't get turned off by the for dummies. What it means is what we try to do in books like this. We try to demystify something that people think is so complicated, because chess is complicated, but anyone can learn it. And once you learn it, once you learn to play, you can enjoy it. And if you find someone that's roughly about your strength and you play with them, then it's something that you can enjoy together. Now, Chris is back here, and I'm going to bring him on as soon as he gets his headphone on. And I won't talk so much about me, but I'll let Chris talk about him. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, so all the games have started.
Okay.
Obviously, we don't want to comment on the games as they're going because these are U.S. chess rated games.
Yes.
But as they're concluding, then we can certainly include them in the broadcast. But I just want to say what a pleasure this is to run a tournament in partnership with your organization
Thank
and
you.
to shine a bigger spotlight onto all the good things that you're doing. Um, and yeah, it's just an absolute pleasure. Um, so let's see. While we're waiting for the games to finish, um,
Well, Chris, what's the time control again? Remind me.
it's 15 and 10. It's one of my favorite time
Uh-huh.
controls because it's at this nice junction between rapid enough that the action is constant, but long enough that you have time to think and double check and inform more detailed plans. So I really enjoy this time control. I think it's just perfect for playing chess and for broadcasting.
Yes. I think so too, Chris. And it's amazing to me that so it is rated though. The United
Yeah.
States Chess Federation rates this time control, but it's not the classical time control. So what did they have a term for it?
This is online rapid.
Online
So
rap.
it's a rapid time control,
Okay.
and it they also have a second category for online tournaments. So it's online rated. It won't affect players over the board
I see.
um, ratings. And as far as safeguards go, we are profoundly diligent. We've got cameras on all the players right now on the other computer, and we have a lot of different processes that we can look at, including looking at average cent upon loss per move and comparing that to the players' other games. And with the cameras and the comparison between what the players play over a large section of games to what they're doing in the tournament today. I am 100% sure that we have an honest tournament being played.
That's so important that people have the confidence and that you put the work in. And what's the medium that you're broadcasting on, the chess site that you're using?
Today we are using Tornello. It is a
Or no?
Australian-based chess server for chess organizers, and they do a lot of things with FIDE. So, like the European Cup and other big FIDE events during the lockdown were hosted on Tornello.
So
It
very
is,
cool. So it's
yeah,
international. You're using an Australian site to have players from the United States play online, and
yeah.
and it's affiliated with FIDE, the world governing organization for chess, and it's rated by the United States Chess Federation.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of cooperation going into putting this tournament on, Chris. But you've pulled it all together. So I really tip my hat to you for what you're doing. I like your
Yeah.
hat, by the way.
Ah, thank you. Thank you. So, what's new, Jim? What can you tell me about that maybe I haven't heard yet? Anything new and interesting?
Well, as far as locally what's going on now, we have a new chess club in Menlo Park where I live. A man named Mark Drury has started it, and we're getting support from the city itself, providing us with a facility to be able to play. And so, what I do is I donate old hypermodern press books. Hypermodern press was the mark that I used when I was publishing books, and that was one of the things that I can do to just so when they have a little blitz tournament, they have quads and that sort of thing, and then they can give out the books as prizes. So it's a very small little effort on my part, but this is part of supporting chess everywhere. So the Eade Foundation is international, but it's also local, and so this is again. Mark Jury started this foundation. I had nothing. This chess club. I had nothing to do with it, even though I live in Menlo Park. And so I just met him, and we just started working together. And that's the latest, most current venture that we've been involved in.
Well,
Uh,
that's exciting, especially because I do teach out in that area. In fact,
uh
I was there just yesterday.
No kidding.
Um, and but Now, what day of the week does the club meet on?
Oh, that's a good prompt, Chris. It's Wednesdays at 6 p.m. They open up at 6 p.m. Usually the tournament games, the blitz games, or whatever kind of organizational type of tournament they're running or activity that they're running starts at 7. So if you get there between 6 and 7, you'll be in time for whatever's going on that night. But it's in the Arriaga Center in Menlo Park, which is easy to find. And it's uh, right off of 101. So if you're coming from the north or the south, it's pretty easy to get there.
Well, a large contingent of the young people that are playing today are from the Northern California region,
Uh-huh.
although we do have one player playing all the way from China.
Cool.
Um, but Yeah, Wednesday nights, that's going to be fun. So I guess a simple request is, when we're done with the day's festivities, if you can just send me a quick email with the details of that chess club, and I'll go ahead and put that up on dailychessmusings.com. And
Cool.
this way, all the players playing today and their parents know about what's happening on Wednesdays. And yeah, I imagine I'll talk with Mark and do a broadcast from the club soon.
Oh, that would be so cool. I can't tell you how cool that would be. Let
Yeah.
me just take a second here and see if I can do this. And this is Mark's website, Menlo Park Chess Club.
Nice.
So you can get
Nice.
all of the information about that, when they meet, where they meet, what's going on in that particular week. You can go to that site and find out what's going on there. And yeah, doing an online broadcast from that site would be, that's one of my goals. I talked to Mark about doing that, and if you can help us do that, Chris, this is just what I talk about. All of us working together to get things done. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be my pleasure to help raise awareness for this new chess club that's starting as well.
Yeah, and
Um,
also you talked about Northern California. A lot of people from Northern California. Well, CalChess, I'm just scrolling across the bottom of your screen now. CalChess is the state affiliate for the United States Chess Federation, and they've also been doing a lot of great work with running tournaments that are, like K through 3, where we were at in K through 3 and K
mhm.
through 8 tournaments, and we were analyzing games there, you and I. And but CalChess, the president Tom Langland was running those tournaments, and also some international master norm tournaments that were going on. GM and IM norms were available for the tournaments that Tom was also running those. So you and I were doing some commentary on those games, and so a lot of activity in the Northern California chess community, and I'm really proud about it. And it's a lot of people just helping each other put these types of things on.
Well, we had a boom in chess interest,
Mhm.
and what one of the things that I felt very fortunate that, because I love chess. I felt very fortunate that there was a boom in chess interest during the pandemic and the lockdown.
Right.
This was very exciting for everybody who loves chess. But we wouldn't want a boom like that to go to waste.
Yes.
Yeah, because generally, when there's a peak in interest, it drops very quickly afterwards, and then society moves on to whatever the next big exciting thing for that time period will be. And yeah, what we're trying to do, Tom is very very busy, but what we're all trying to do is keep use that boom as like a launch pad
Yes.
for chess in northern California, and that's happening. I mean, with things all over the place, just like what Mark's doing in Menlo Park. So it's very exciting.
It is.
Um,
And what you were saying about there's a boom, like I was part of the Fisher boom. It was followed by a Fisher bust because, after 1972, he won the world championship, but then he never played another
mhm,
serious game. And so all the interest that peaked around his time, got so many players around my age involved in the game, and some of them went on to be grandmasters like Nick DeFermian, Larry Christensen, and I can go on and on. And even the young people like Joel Benjamin, who I showed his book, Winning the World Open with Harold Scott, his co-author. Um, Joel was just a little kid to us, but he got so strong so fast, and it was wonderful to see. But then, the Fisher excitement kind of waned. And so, as you were saying, in the pandemic, people were trying to find something to do. And online chess is a killer app for online.
mhm.
You can teach chess online, you can learn chess online, you can play chess online. And so, this has been a real gift to us. And also, a little shout out to Netflix. They did this Queen's Gambit series. And everybody seemed to, even if they didn't play chess, seemed to really get into that and liked it. And so chess was on everybody's lips for a little while there. But then if you don't take advantage of it, then
Yep,
go on to the next topic, the next
exactly.
next new series, the next Netflix series. And it's like I think what you're doing and that your timing is excellent, and you're just not letting it go away. People
Yep.
are still have chess things to do and chess things to look forward to. You're a big part of that. Tom Langland of Cal Chess, big part of that. And the
Yep.
foundation is playing its role as well. So all of us working together. And it's Bay Area chess. has also been a big part of that too. I wanted to give a little shout out to Simon who runs that because what he's been doing, he provided the facilities for all those international
Mm-hmm.
master tournaments, and he was part of the K through 3 and K through 8 championships as well.
Yep.
So it does take many hands to make the work light.
Absolutely. And then, of course, Kevin Pan and Eric Lee,
Oh
two
yeah,
young guys,
yeah,
high school age
um,
guys
um,
who organized an international FIDE rated IM norm, Grandmaster norm opportunity
yeah.
tournaments, and are doing plenty more of those. And in fact, I've already put them on my calendar at dailychessmusings.com. So we will be doing
Oh, I'm
lots
sorry.
more broadcasts.
I
Um,
I clicked on the wrong thing. I clicked on. There you go. There you see your website again. I
yeah,
clicked.
no
Yep,
problem.
a different website. The ACP is also shout out to them. They're also doing great work, but they're mostly European based. But I was on their show, so I had that.
That
Uh,
was a good show.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed. If you're watching this broadcast, you should go watch the topic was women in chess, and Jim was on with an all-star panel. It was a really insightful show, really thought-provoking broadcast. And in fact, a lot of your broadcasts are. You've kind of quietly been collecting a bunch of interviews and with different people in the chess community, and you're connecting dots is what I've noticed. I don't know what the full picture is going to look like, um, but I'm starting to see a picture with all the different dots you're connecting with these interviews. So if you're a parent watching the broadcast today or a player who's playing, you should check out Jim Eade's YouTube channel, the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel, and you will find at least one episode that catches your eye right off the bat. Don't be shy. Go ahead, click on it, watch, and you'll learn. You'll
and
learn
if you
about what
subscribe,
other
that would
people are
be a help
doing.
to me.
Yeah, and subscribe. Yeah,
Yeah,
help. Because the way these social media platforms, and YouTube is a media platform, but it's also a social media. Um, the way these things work is there's it it gives an advantage to the accounts with more subscriptions. They have more impact when they drop a new video. So you can help the Eade Foundation out simply
yes.
by subscribing to the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel.
And Chris, I wondered if did you see my interview with George Marajanian by any chance?
I did not.
Yeah,
That's one
I
that
would
I'm
like
missing.
you. I would like you to see that because you're a real chess historian, and that guy is just amazing. I met him in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, at least 40 years ago. A little, maybe 45 years ago. He was running quads in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, and he lives just by there. And he's a lifelong, he's lived there all his life, but he's been fantastic in his ability to research chess history. And my interview with him was really eye opening. And he has a show on local uh, television there in that area. So his chess club gets a lot of press. So maybe
Hmm.
we can do something like that in Menlo Park. If we can get on a local, local kind of public broadcasting thing like George did. But I really encourage you to check that video out because I think you would really
Oh,
appreciate
I love chess history.
it. Yeah,
When it
I know
comes
you do.
to chess, the of course the moves have been recorded from games that have played even 400 or 500 years ago, but also the circumstances. I mean, if you just look at one of the PGN files, you see location, round, and all this stuff, and that's like the first piece of a puzzle. So then you look at the tournament title, and you just do a quick Google search, and then you find more about that tournament.
Yeah.
And then you see, oh wow, I recognize this person and this person, but who's this person? Then you Google search that person,
Yeah.
and but before you know it, you've gone down the rabbit hole and learned a lot of interest, because everybody who plays chess, they aren't just they're real people. That's the fascinating thing. I mean, we look at the games, um, that they play, and the moves and the brilliances that they play, but they're real people with feelings, and maybe secret troubles, or public troubles, in their life, while these things were happening. And it's very interesting to learn, about chess history. So I will definitely have to check out that video.
Yeah, and another one was my interview with Taylor Kingston, and he's really good. He helps put out there's Russell Enterprises put out a chess calendar, and every day of the year there's some chess somebody was born or somebody passed away on this date,
Hmm.
and so it's a very interesting thing. And he is another one for chess history. I think if you and I know how much you're interested in it, and what you were saying about like tournaments. I'm going to quiz you right now because I know you're going to know the answer. But when was the title Grandmaster first given?
Uh, Now this is interesting. So um, I believe the Russians were using the title Grand Master in their own federation well before FIDE was, or even FIDE existed. I want to say that FIDE started using the title Grand Master in the 1950s. Am I right?
I think you're right around there. But the title that I think it was St. Petersburg, but it was a Russian czar
Mm-hmm. Yep.
that used the term because he was introducing the tournaments as these are real grand masters of chess.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
of
And
course, Russia has always been at the forefront of chess in modern times. In the ex-Soviet Union produced so many great players over time, but that was a gathering of the best players in the world. And another one where we had this, I think the first great international tournament may have been in Hastings in England,
may have been, yeah,
1885.
1895. Yeah.
Okay.
Steinitz versus Kurt von Barteleben is one of my famous favorite games,
My favorite too. Yes.
from just absolutely and in fact that's on my it's on my I'm going to be teaching that this summer
No
during the
kidding. Because I actually, I just happen to have a copy of this, and
yeah,
it's in this book.
it is, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
because that was one of my favorite, because that was just so eye-opening to me the first time, and I was quite a new player when I first saw the game because it's what we call chestnuts, and
Hmm.
that everybody that has part of chess history, knowledge of chess culture, knows about this game, and so it was produced quite often. So I was able to see it. I forget where, but randomly I came across this game and I played it over, and it just blew my mind.
Yeah, that von Barteleben had a lot of beautiful losses in chess history. At least three beautiful losses that I'm aware of. Um,
And it's one thing. That's another thing about chess is if you're on the wrong side of a diagram, and you're playing black, and it says white to win, to move and win, and you're still part of it. You're still, because chess takes up the Russian word for we in the English we say your opponent. In Russian it means partner. And
mhm.
the two of you are creating this brilliancy. And so even if you're the loser in the game, you're part of this brilliancy. So his name, even though he lost the game, is still part of our chess culture.
Absolutely, absolutely. it's like a, the last out in a no hitter,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you're part of that.
Like Al Downing gave up Hank Aaron's home run.
Yep, there you go. Yeah,
How would you know his name if you
yeah, exactly,
but,
exactly.
that was played in the 19th century, we're in the 21st century, and 2 guys in California are talking about it, you know, this guy that otherwise may have been forgotten.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a part of chess history that I enjoy so much. I saw a perfectly wonderful game that I taught on Thursday night to a class that was played by two players that nobody's ever heard of, and it was a perfectly wonderful, beautiful chess game that was played about 100 years ago, and I just felt so happy to discover it, and it just exemplified everything I had been talking about with this particular class, just perfectly. If I was to sum up everything we had talked about for about a month into one game, and there it was, on any given game.
Yes,
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen does it with regularity, but in any given game, we all have the opportunity to play brilliantly on any given move, and in any given game. And you talk to any chess player who frequents chess clubs or this or that, and you ask them to show you their best game of chess, and they'll show you something impressive.
yeah.
Yeah,
Last
everybody's, yeah.
last at the Menlo Park Chess Club, a player that I knew at the Mechanics Institute in San Francisco was there, and he showed me a game that he had played, and it was more like a chess puzzle, like a chess, you know, something that someone had composed,
Hmm.
but it actually occurred in his game. And he
Wow.
showed me the position. He said, "Solve it," and I was thinking, and he says it's a mate in two. So it was like, okay, mate in two, and I had trouble finding the solution, and it was so unexpected. It was so delightful when he showed me the answer, and he was so proud of it. And that's the joy of chess, is when you come up with a move that surprises even masters.
Hmm.
And you don't have to be a master to play such a move. That would be so enjoyable and so appreciated by your peers. This is one of the gifts of chess.
I'm constantly just being surprised, and I love this aspect of what I do by brilliant moves and brilliant games that young people are playing.
Yes.
Um, and there are some people that are threatened, I think, or scared by how good, the next generation is. But you shouldn't be. You should be excited. This is exactly what we want
Absolutely.
occurring. We need things to be trending north.
Yes.
What I've noticed is during the and I talk to my private students about this too, during the lockdown time period. There are two things that you could be doing. You could be, um, not using your time wisely and developing bad habits, or you could be improving yourself during this time, so that when we're able to come back together again, you're that much better. And what I've noticed is it's not just a small section of chess players that did this. A
Yes.
lot of chess players really used some free time during that period to improve a lot.
And
Um,
you know of Ken Reagan, right? Uh,
mhm.
and Ken is a fabulous resource. He's a professor in Buffalo, I think, but he's a fabulous resource for checking games for accuracy, so that to eliminate cheating from online games. And so he's one of those people that just has really got the mathematics behind this type of thing. And I was talking to him about this effect on chess ratings over the board, because during the pandemic we couldn't play over the board. tournaments. So people were increasing their strength, especially young players. Just as you're saying, they're getting better and better, playing online maybe, but just improving their strength. And so they would come back. We're getting back into the stage where we're playing over the board again, and a player's rating might be X, and they're really 200 points stronger than X. Now
Yeah.
they made all that advance. And so you come in again, it's an old guy like me who's rating this, I'm barely trying to hold on to it. And I'm playing a guy who's 200 points stronger than his rating. And so they're sucking my ratings away from me. And it's like, oh, I'm complaining. And Ken hears all these complaints. And so he's trying to adjust the rating system so it'll all work itself out. It's just, but the type of thing where young players getting better and then they're taken out of the equation for a while and reintroduced at a stronger level. This does have an effect on the rating system. It will wash out, but it does. I want players my age to accept the fact that this is part of what's happened. This is one of the causes that has happened because of the pandemic. We weren't able to play face to face, and young players got stronger during that time.
The young players during that time had tools that have never, before been available
Yes,
in so many different ways. Excellent training tools.
really.
We've had different training methods over the years, and many of them were successful. And now you've got different chess sites offering. They're you can literally take any chess book and play the moves on a diagram, on a tablet. You can as soon as you finish a game, you can go back through, and it's just a one button click on any of the major sites to see analysis of where you made your mistakes during those games, and the tactic training, the number of positions, and solving good tactical puzzles are available on all the different sites. And it's never been so easy to see so many positions and get all that pattern recognition and calculation practice, and then of course all the video lectures on
Yeah.
the different sites that offer, YouTube being the biggest one. And Yeah, never before have so many wonderful resources been available freely to anybody who wants to learn chess. And we had a timeout from over the board chess, and all these free resources that are one click away. You put the two and two together, and a lot of people really improved during
Yes.
that timeout. And again, yeah, that's just something to accept and be happy about, not begrudge. And like you said, there may be a little hiccup with, but even before this timeout and stuff. I mean, what's probably one of the most common phrases you hear at a chess tournament after Jadoob and checkmate is, "Oh, I'm 200 points underrated." Right? Everybody feels that their rating isn't accurate. Um,
Well,
so
and we always uh, shouldn't have lost the game we lost if we had only played a different move.
yeah. It's all yeah. There's always some reason why. I'm gonna go ahead and try and look at some of these games real fast. Let's see if I can do this. So I'm gonna switch here, and let's see. Looks like, let me click here, and then I'll share screen once I get this figured out.
Sure. Yeah, this part of the things you guys can't see as a viewer, but there's a lot of that we have to do off behind the scenes
Oh,
here.
that one's still going. See, I don't want to show that one.
Ah,
I clicked on the wrong one. Let's see.
we can make these little technical mistakes, and then we have to recover from it. And you all you see is us looking like, "What are you doing? What's he doing? He's not talking anymore."
Yeah,
All behind the scenes, he's working on something on his screen before he can show it to you.
yeah. Let's see. So
And yeah,
that's round one from 6 to 8.
we're being
And
sensitive.
all the games are still being played in round one.
Okay, so we want to be
And
sensitive to not showing a game in
exa-
progress. Yeah,
We only have one game going left for round one.
oh,
All the rest are done.
you might want to refresh your screen.
oh, yes,
1, 6, 8.
refreshing is important. Thank you. Very good tip.
Oh,
Very good
just
tip. And
you're cheating though. You got a technical support behind you there. I heard
yeah,
her.
yeah. Megan's over there. What are you talking about, Chris?
I'm about to play round 2.
Yeah.
Once their game is done, I'll be doing
He's
round 2.
almost starting round 2. Let's look at round 1, Chris.
Yeah.
Show us.
All right. So let's see. White. I'm using a different. Yeah, those of you who
Looks like
are
they just
familiar
finished.
with the with my broadcast, I'm using a different computer than normal.
You got to share screen too so we can see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Whoops. Oh man. Megan, I went and did it.
What?
Let's see. I got to share this tab to StreamYard. Am I sharing right now, Jim?
I see you now.
Do you see
Let's
the
see if I
chessboard?
There we go. I see the chessboard.
Oh, okay. I think you helped me out on your end. Thank you.
That's okay. That's what we do for each other.
Yeah, it's what we do. All right, so let's take a look at Pavantej Reddy versus Bridget Guo, and we've got E4, E5. So both sides start with their center pawn, Bobby Fischer style. Knight F3, Knight C6. And then Knight C3, an invitation to the 4 knights. But black plays Bishop C5. So we've got ourselves a 3 knights variation. And let's see. D3. So that blocks off the bishop on F1.
Good
Bishop
thing
on
to
F.
point out. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a
Bishop
little
on.
bit more passive than developing the bishop and then playing d3, which would be more active.
And black plays knight f6. So because white played a pawn move, the pawn d3, not only did they block their bishop on f1, but they also moved a pawn instead of developing a piece. So black has 3 pieces in the game right now, and white only has 2. But white fixes that with the bishop g5, pinning the knight.
That's
And
uncomfortable, isn't it?
it is. You can't like having that pin because white's already thinking about possible knight d5
Right.
moves. And so let's see what happens. Bridget plays h6. That's a good move.
Putting the question to the bishop. Are you going to take
Yeah.
the knight or a retreat?
And Pavantej takes the knight. He does. And now black has a little question, right?
Right.
If you take with the pawn, you've damaged your pawn structure. You aren't going to be able to castle over there. And if you take with the queen, white could play knight d5 and attack your queen, and it has to go back to d8 probably.
Looks that way.
Let's see what Bridget does.
But
GX f6. Okay.
oh, gosh, a player like myself hates to ruin my pawn structure like that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is young players playing at a faster time control. But my instinct is to preserve my pawn structure whenever I can.
Yeah. I think you take with the queen. If white plays knight d5, you play queen d8.
Yeah, you have the 2 bishops, so
Yeah.
you're behind a little bit in time. But it's The position is still closed. Yeah, I wouldn't ruin my pawn structure.
Yeah, especially white hasn't castled yet. Sometimes you could use that G file to attack if white's
Good
castled over
point.
there, but they haven't yet.
Excellent point.
Um, Interesting. Knight A4. This is a technique oftentimes used to deal with the bishop that's threatening the belly button.
And the
Um,
bishop on c5 is well posted, so the knight attacks it. Makes sense.
and black plays D6 to support the bishop, but this could cause another pawn structure issue.
Yeah, this is just making my eyes hurt because I'm a pawn structure guy.
Yeah,
Now, this
well,
is fine. Material equality is established. And she's getting her bishop out on c8. That it's all playable. It's just stylistically, my style is I like to keep my pawn structure sound, and when it's unsound,
Why is it killing
it hurts my feelings. So it's just my feelings. It's not scientific at all.
yeah, well, it's ingrained deep in my feelings and a lot of my students as well, because we play this game called Farmer and the Pigs, where a queen is against 8 pawns, a black queen versus 8 pawns for white. And if you're the farmer and you have a chance to isolate one of the pigs,
Yeah.
that's the pawn you take. If you have 2 different pigs you could take, 2 different pawns, you take the one that isolates, because then isolated pawns are much easier to deal with.
And these pawns, there's an isolated pawn on h6. There's no pawn that's next to it that can defend it. But the other pawns are doubled. Like the pawns on f7 and f6 are doubled pawns.
Mhm.
And we say doubled because the pawn on f7 is pretty much immobilized by the pawn on f6.
Yeah,
It can only capture, but if there's nothing to capture, it can't move at all.
and this is the sixth advantage in chess. The way I structure them, I always go with king safety. Worry about king safety first. Material, time, space, force, and pawn structure. And yeah, black's got a little bit of a pawn structure issue here. Both sides both have 2 pieces developed. And white plays pawn to a3.
Ooh, I would just take that bishop without a
Yeah.
second thought.
Yeah. And because white played another slow pawn move, black could have maybe tried to fix the issue with their bishop on c5, but instead they play bishop g4, pinning the knight on f3. So now black has a advantage in time
Yes.
and force. White plays pawn to b4.
Yeah.
Not necessary, because that bishop could have already been dealt with this is what we thought, the knight on a4. So white spent 3 moves, 3 tempi is what we call it, annoying that bishop on c5, that beautiful black bishop on c5, but didn't need to spend 3 moves. The first move could have neutralized it. And now black plays bishop d4.
Now, black can get away with this. Why, Chris?
Because the knight on f3 is pinned.
The knight can't take that bishop without
Mhm.
exposing its queen to capture. So,
Yeah. So now, white got that bishop on c5 to move, but not in the way he wanted to, really. So he has to move his rook. Rook goes to b1.
I will point out another option was c3.
Ah, yeah. That is another option, and especially not well.
And I
Yeah.
think it would have been a better option
Mm-hmm.
because then the bishop is threatened to be captured and must retreat.
Uh-huh. You retake the initiative if you
Right.
play pawn to c3. Initiative is a word we throw out a lot, and throw around a lot in chess conversations, and it means that you're compelling your opponent to do something. You're the one pushing them or pulling them in a certain direction. So when black attacks white's rook, black is compelling white to maybe move their rook. And what Jim's saying is, well, you could have interposed with a pawn and
Because
caused the
it's not
bishop to
clear
move.
to me that the rook belongs on b1. Maybe it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's not clear. But, you know, now you're committed. And you didn't have to be so committal. With
Mm-hmm.
c3, you just forced the bishop to move again.
And yeah, so the rook on b1 looks a little odd. It does have more scope on b1. It sees more forward squares. And the knight on a4 looks very odd as well, oddly
Yes.
placed, because it doesn't have any forward squares it can go to safely. And
Yes.
only one square, b2,
I
can
think
it return to.
one was a mistake. I think c3 was necessary. But what does black do? Queen
Black
d7?
plays queen d7, so wow, that's a good move.
Well, let me suggest another move.
Okay.
I think queen d7 is a fine move. What about b5 here?
Wow. Yeah, so if you play b5, then you're keeping that initiative. You're pushing the knight. Then the knight has to go back to b2, right, Jim?
Well, let's think this through. If it goes
Mhm.
back to b2, which would look normal, then bishop c3 check.
Yes. Oh man. So you know what we're seeing is when white pushed the pawn to b4, he created some weaknesses. And every time you move a pawn forward, you actually create. I mean, you have to move pawns forward in chess.
Correct.
But yeah, c3. Very good, very good. You know, Jim has an eagle eye, a hawk eye that's the word for chess tactics. Yeah, so b5 followed by bishop c3 check, and then white's king will never be able to
It's even
castle because
worse.
there's no way of dealing with the check.
It's even worse than that because after bishop c3 check, king e2, knight d4 check.
Oh man, yeah,
King e3.
it
Oh,
just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't
it's
it?
worse. Yes.
Yeah, so b5 was a pretty much a winning move. It would
Well,
win the game.
white has other alternatives, but it was another way the game could have gone. But queen d7 is fine.
Queen d7's a simpler move.
Simpler.
It
Yeah.
does not take the initiative. It's threatening. Well, first of all, it opens the possibility to castle queenside, which is important.
Connect the
And
rooks.
and the other thing is it's threatening a discovered attack on that oddly placed knight on a4.
Exactly.
So that's something to keep your eye on. White plays h3, threatening the bishop on g4, or putting the question to the bishop
Right.
on g4.
Bishop going to capture or retreat. Remember when black put the question to white's bishop, it captured on f6. So what's this bishop going to do when the question has been put to it? Will it capture or retreat?
It keeps the pin. It retreats.
Okay.
And I think that was the correct choice. What do you think, Jim?
I think so. There's no reason. Well, bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop. Really doesn't. It helps white to develop. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem to stop its development in any way, shape, or form. By maintaining the pin, you maintain some sort of awkwardness to how white completes its development. And now maybe white continues g4.
And they do.
And so now it's a completely different game. You've broken
Yeah.
the pin, which
Mm-hmm.
frees the knight. It's all very good.
And then bishop g6.
Now that bishop is not very well posted on g6 because its scope is limited by the pawn on e4, which is protected by a pawn on d3, which is protected by a pawn on c2. That pawn chain, we use the term, the bishop is biting on granite.
Ooh, I like that. That's a
and
good
the bishop
metaphor.
has no scope there. And a piece's power is tied to its mobility, to its scope. A piece
Hmm.
without scope is a weak piece. So white's play here, while weakening, because the pawn is now on b4, e4, g4. These pawns are not really working together yet.
Yeah. And now that the pin is broken, white is able to play knight takes d4,
Right.
getting rid of that bishop.
And it was a
Um,
rough bishop, so
yeah.
it's good to take it. I agree with this.
And now this is an interesting choice by black. I think they probably should have taken back with their knight on c6.
Oh, I didn't even calculate anything else. Yes.
Yeah, but they didn't take back. They
Okay.
castled queenside.
What? That's just a mistake. That's a
Yeah,
material disadvantage.
yeah. So white got a bishop, and when you're material up, one of the things you want to do is trade. And being that their knight on d4 is already under attack by a pawn, it's lucky to still be
Oh,
alive, and it could trade right now. White trades. 14
wow.
knight takes c6. And then here you probably want to take back with your queen so you don't expose your king.
Correct.
But the pawn took back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
we
so
need
now,
to get black a lesson in pawn structure.
absolutely. Absolutely. Pawn
And
structure is very important in chess. So while we're on the subject, I'm gonna here's the isolated pawns. Isolated means they don't have a friend in an adjacent file. They don't have another pawn in an adjacent file.
correct.
And then we have two sets of doubled pawns. And doubled pawns means that they're two pawns that are in the same file, so they can't help each other out. And so, and especially the pawn that's in the back of the doubled pawns can't move at all. And so, yeah, these are things you want to try and avoid, if possible. When you're making trades, you should consider the impact of that it would have on the pawn structure. White plays d4.
All right. Now this is I know what white is trying to do, and it's a
Mm-hmm.
good idea. There may be attack. That's right. Bishop on c1 to a6 check is threatened. But that
Mm-hmm.
check is not checkmate.
Mm-mm.
And notice that the pawn on e4 has lost its defender.
Mm-hmm.
It's now subject to a capture. And that bishop on g6, which was biting on granite, is now free to capture that pawn.
It is. This is why Scholastic chess is so much fun. I love watching. There are more momentum shifts in Scholastic chess than there are in World Championship chess, for sure.
That is correct.
Bishop takes e4. There it goes. Center pawn lost. Rook is under attack. Let's see what white does. Up moves his rook. I was kind of thinking that he might do that because he did that with the other rook already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was kind of thinking he might do
He's got
that.
his b pawn on he's got the pawn on b4 and g4, and the rook's on b1 and g1.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they don't seem. I don't know if that's an ideal way to get the rooks activated into the game.
Yeah. I mean,
Because now you can see white cannot castle on either side. So the
yeah.
king's trapped in the center.
Let's see.
It's very dynamic.
F5 is played, and that actually helps white activate the rook on g1, perhaps.
Very complex position now.
Oh, and then dx e5 is, it seems like black is better prepared for the d file to open up than white is because they have a battery. a rook and queen in the d file, and white just has a queen. This is exciting.
This is getting exciting. Now remember, white is still up. Oops. That was thrown in for no apparent reason.
Fx g4. And then queen takes g4. Now this is going to be very helpful for white. Perhaps, actually, it is not a forced trade of queens because the bishop could backtrack.
And should.
Yeah, you don't want to trade queens being down a piece, especially with the potential of opening up the center on white's king. You still have 2 rooks and a queen. And a bishop. You could do some considerable damage if your queen stays on the board. But black trades queens. So
Oh well, there's a little sting at the end of the scorpion's tail.
yeah. So let's rook takes g4.
And this is, oh no, not that.
Yeah.
Bishop
what-
takes c2.
Yeah, bishop takes c2.
It hits the knight and the rook.
Yep. Would have been a nice fork. And probably had that happen, then knight c3, and that way you just lose the exchange rather than the piece.
Well,
But
bishop takes rook on
Yeah.
d1, knight takes, and then rook, one of the rooks over to the e file wins that pawn. And this
yeah,
is far from over.
blacks are right back in it. Gets the material back because they start that whole combination, that whole series, by winning a pawn to begin with. Then they'll at least win in exchange a bishop for a rook, and then get another pawn. So, but bishop f5,
All right.
and I'm guessing
Now,
that
rook
white's
c4 is possible to protect.
Yep, rook c4 is played.
Oh, that's a shame because that was black's best chance.
Yeah,
All right.
and then c5. This is probably helping to activate white's pieces over there,
Yes.
because the knight is already exerting some control on c5. The b pawn, if it gets out of the way, would involve the
Yeah.
rook on b1.
This is
And if the c pawn gets out of the way, the rook on c4 has more scope and is closer.
Yep.
Less things between it, between itself and black's king. So
this
pawn
is what happens
takes,
in these games. If you
pawn
miss the
takes.
chance, like bishop c2 is the best chance. If you miss it, things could go south very quickly. But
Yeah,
we'll
and
see.
that's there's a strategy we talked about, which is the big one for black was worrying, considering pawn structure a lot more.
Yes.
And then there's the tactical aspects, where
Yes.
even with the choices that hurt your pawn structure, you had one big tactic that was a one mover. It was a one move tactic.
Right.
And so you just use those tactic trainers on whichever site you like to play, do the tactic puzzles, and do so many a day. It's so easy to get a little bit sharper, and everybody should take advantage of these things. I know I do. Bishop takes c2.
Oops.
Rook takes c2. Rooks go backwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that is something that is quite common. You see it a lot in chess, and you see it more often in online chess. For some reason, people, when they're looking at a two-dimensional board, tend to forget that pieces move backwards more often than if they're looking at a three-dimensional board, I've noticed. Yeah.
That's a really good point, Chris. And one of the things that I had to clean up in my game was I would be subject to overlooking how the bishop in particular can move backwards.
That's a very common one. I know I struggle with that sometimes in my calculations, or sometimes when I'm calculating a long variation in my head, I just miss one check. I miss that one of the moves is check. And then, yeah, that's also very problematic. But again, these tactical puzzles will help you with that.
Yes, I agree.
And also taking your time. The player's clocks show, remember, they have 15 minutes with a 10-second increment, and they both have over 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And we're already in the end game.
So yeah, there's no reason not to spend some time on some of these moves.
Mm-hmm. So the rook goes to e8, threatening the pawn on e5. And white plays f4, defending their center pawn. Black plays h5. That improves the scope of the rook, but maybe an easier way of doing that would just be moving the rook to the g file, an
Yes,
open file.
I agree with
Uh-oh, and a close range attacker is moving in. Knights like to move towards your opponent's king. They like to get in close, and that knight is now dangerously placed. For example, I can envision right now, maybe the rook on c2 goes to b2, and then to b8, and that would be checkmate, because the knight is controlling two of the escape squares for black's king. So that was an excellent move.
Yes.
Black's rook moves up the elevator to the 6th rank. It's an open rank. So it has a lot of squares it can see. Now, if white were to threaten that checkmate, for example, that rook could move to b6. White does threaten the checkmate.
Oh,
And that was not the move. So white can deliver checkmate now, a back rank mate. Let's see if they do it. And they do. They do. Very nice checkmate, Paventej. And Bridget, I thought you played a really good game, and your two mistakes, your two things you need to, well, there were maybe three things you should focus on, Bridget, and that is learn a little bit more about pawn structure and be more mindful of it. And then when white took your bishop and you didn't take back, that was a missed opportunity to keep material even. And then, of course, there was the one perhaps game-winning tactic that was also missed. So those three things make a big difference.
that's excellent advice, Chris. Yeah. So my recommendation would be to study tactics as Chris has pointed out. There are many resources now where you can play tactics over and over and develop your tactical ability, so that you don't just lose a piece for no compensation, as we saw earlier in this game. That's something that's going to make it an uphill battle from that point on. So tactics, tactics, tactics. And then
Absolutely, yeah.
as you get better in tactics, then you're going to start thinking about pawn structure, because pawn structure is going to be key. After you've developed a certain level of ability tactically, you're going to think about pawn structure. So first comes tactics, then things like pawn structure. But the emphasis Chris is placing on the tactics, I think, is excellent advice.
And you just have to see a certain number of positions and see a certain number of and solve a certain number of positions that have certain patterns, certain double attacks, tactical patterns, and then it just becomes part of you. You look at a board and you just spot it, and the more you do that, the sharper your tactics get, and it's fun. One thing, don't think of doing chess puzzles as a task. Think of it as a puzzle. Think of it as something fun that you're doing, and you'll improve really fast when you think of it in that light. All right, I'm going to go look at the. Let's see. Games. Yes, we know. Uh-oh, that's a
Oh,
game that's going. I don't want to show that. Let
oh.
me get off that real fast. We don't want to help anybody in their games. I don't want to be the kibitzer.
We didn't say a word.
Let's see. So I'll go to the grades 2 to 5, and I will look at the rounds. And we'll go back to round 1 because we know that's done. And the last one we looked was from the older section. So we're going to look at one from some younger kids. And why don't we start right at the top here? Neela Minaj versus Apili Shriram. Okay. Let's take a look. Let me go all the way back to the beginning. And am I still sharing screen?
Yes, you are.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm using a different computer. The computer that I normally use decided today that it didn't want to connect to the internet.
Oh,
You know how these things are. But this is why, you know, it's always good to have backups in case these things happen. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. So very good start. And then knight C3, invitation to the 4 knights, and knight F6. So we have a 4 knights opening. And then white plays bishop C4. And did you want to talk a little bit about that choice of bishop C4 instead of bishop B5, Jim?
well, bishop b5 is it tends to be a Reed Lopez type of opening, or a Spanish game, some people call it. And opening naming conventions can be very mystifying. But putting the bishop on c4 puts it on a diagonal that attacks the center. So you can see the bishop on c4 attacks d5. Now the
Yeah.
center is what you want to control, not necessarily occupy, but control in early stages to the middle game stages, to give you an advantage in space. And Chris talked about king safety, material, and then space is time, and then space is some of the elements of chess. And space is one of them. So you want to control the center to give yourself an advantage in space. But the bishop on b5 is possible to take the knight on c6, which is the sole defender of the pawn on e5.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the things that you have to calculate now. Can I take that bishop to b5, take that knight, and then take that pawn? And there's all sorts of different.
And then there's this whole issue of the fork trick, right?
Good point, Chris.
Yeah.
Good.
So you know, a lot of times I like to say that yes, in the 4 knights, the bishop would prefer to be on this diagonal. It would prefer to be on the A2 to F7 diagonal, but it can't go there right off the bat because potentially there's this fork trick thing. And if the knight takes, and then black's pawn moves. Real nice little fork trick. And black is left with a center pawn, and white is not. There's a lot of interesting stuff that I've discovered about the fork trick, and I keep discovering more and more. It's not a cut and dry kind of situation, but it does give black a center pawn, and white does not have one. So generally, in a 4 knights opening, or in an opening where you have a knight on c3, and d3 is not there supporting e4, you sometimes want to avoid putting your bishop on c4 for that very reason. But then bishop c5. So we have basically an Italian 4 knights.
Yes.
And let's see. It's 100% symmetrical. Let's see what happens.
Right.
Castle.
I'll be right back, Chris.
Uh-huh.
So you carry on.
Yeah, certainly. White plays d3. opening up the doorway for the other bishop to come out. Bishop c1 can come out to g5, and Sriram did not want that bishop to come back, or to come to g5, so plays h6. So what to do? What to do with the bishop on c1? That is the question. It wants to come out, but it can't pin the knight on f6 anymore. So Neela, or it could be that the last name, yes, I think it's Neela Manoj. Neela plays bishop e3, threatening the bishop on c5. So right here, you probably want to just exchange if you're black, and damage white's pawn structure a little bit, but it also gives white's rook more scope. And doubled pawns influencing the center can sometimes be very, very helpful to later pawn moves pushing toward the center. But black uses a tempo and backs up bishop b6. Knight d5 anyways, even though there's no pin. Knight d5 anyways. So we could see some trading here. Let's see how that would go. If knight takes, and knight did take, if you take with your pawn, then you are compelling this knight to move. You have the initiative, but this knight could move and threaten the bishop and trade itself for the bishop. Then if this knight trades for this bishop and the other two bishops, everything, yeah. So really not much there. So instead, it's probably better to take with your bishop. Let's see what white does. He does take with his bishop. So the bishop is still on the same diagonal as his opponent's king. Rook to e8. That weakens f7, actually, though. It does defend e5. But now f7 is a little bit more of a target. Let's see if white takes advantage of that. White plays h3. Kind of unnecessary at this point because this bishop can't go to g4 anyways. It's blocked by its own pawn, so a little bit unnecessary. Unless white's really thinking aggressively, then perhaps g4 and g5, but that's probably not sound. That's probably not sound. That's the kind of coffee house chess that I sometimes play, but not sound. Bishop takes e3. Okay, so black could have done that and saved a tempo by doing it straight away rather than retreating back to then do it. White takes back, and then knight b4. So if you're white here, choice is pretty easy. Bishop to b3. Bring the bishop, keep your bishop. There you go, bishop b3. Black plays d6. Knight to h2. All right. So I'm guessing white wants to bring their queen out here to threaten that. And this could be very dangerous for black. Very dangerous indeed, because even if black were to play g6, then the queen could just take. Queen takes g6, and remember, that pawn's pinned. So we'll see. I think this is a good idea by white. Black plays queen g5. Okay. That's a very... It stops the queen h5, but does it stop? Bishop takes f7. There's a second threat here, in other words. There's a second threat. The queen h5 threat was like going for a checkmate. The bishop takes f7 is just this simple fork. All these problems because the rook on f8 moved to e8. If it was still on f8, things would still be secure. So bishop takes f7. White wins a pawn. Good spotting, Neela. You win a pawn, plus you're forking the king and rook, so you're going to win the exchange in a moment. King goes to HA. Bishop takes rook. Even more than the exchange, huh? Yeah, even there's no exchange. What are you talking about, Chris? What are you talking about? I guess the king could have went to f8. Then if bishop takes rook, then the king could have taken, right? So then it would have been just winning the exchange. But it wins the rook. Queen says check. Wow. Gets in there, gets a good check. King goes to h1. And let's see what black does. Black brings their light bishop out, and that's good in and of itself. But beyond that, now their rook has access to the bishop on E, is threatening the bishop on E8. But white deals with that threat in a very, very neat way with this check. And the idea is if the black king were to move up, then he could play check again and then win this rook or worse, but at least win the rook. Let's see. King does move up. And white's going for the or worse. Will it work, though? That's the question. And what is black's best defensive move, given all the threats? So there's a threat of checkmate that needs to be taken care of. So probably queen g5 is best. But then yeah, queen g5 is needed here, I believe. But black resigned at this place. Potentially a little bit too early, because queen g5 does stop the threat of checkmate. White's still winning, but the threat of checkmate is complete. I'm going to go ahead and run some of our commercials. I'm going to try and do that. Let me see if I can. First, let me come back. So I stopped sharing. Now I got to find where my StreamYard is. Interesting. Where did I lose my StreamYard? Hey, sweetheart. I lost my StreamYard thing. I wanted to run the ads. Take a little break. Oh, there I am. Okay.
Now you go down to the bottom. Huh. What is...
The Chrome window is open in a separate window.
Yes, I know, but...
It's okay. We can just put up a "we'll be right back" kind of thing, too.
Well, there it is.
Ah, share. Share screen. You're amazing. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musing's free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you got to check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your neck? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the
Yeah.
It's kind of wet colors. Now I have special drawing on my hands. Because if I like something wet, I just like it on and then it disappears. But sometimes it will make me sick, so I wash my hands. I'm trying to get rid of them. Hey, I found Play-Doh downstairs. I did it. My ears done. My ears done. Okay. So it's interesting that there's a bunch of stuff. So dry stuff going up, dry stuff out of the room. This is dry. And this goes in the middle, and this is the middle. These are the middle. Dry, middle. That means these medals from here. Now you have like this. Yours mine are quite different.
Oh, yeah, we should also make sure we let the
What
players
do
in.
you do?
Yeah. Okay, Leo, Daddy's on a broadcast. So you gotta go play in the other room. Joanna Chow and okay. Yes. Fook Wong. Fook. Yeah, let's make sure that we remind people too that we're doing the broadcast on James Eade's thing.
I just did.
Yeah, good.
I
And that they should subscribe.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Hey, James. Let us, Megan, can you get me back to the broadcast again, please?
Okay, do you want the boards again?
Are we back live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Hey, James, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Chris?
Not too bad. We just reminded the players about your YouTube channel, but I'll go ahead and remind now that they're at the YouTube channel watching that, yeah, they should subscribe. Subscribe to the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel. It's something simple you can do to make it so that when James puts one of his videos up, it has a little bit more traction in YouTube. Very, very simple, nice thing you can do. All right, so I'm gonna go to the grade 6 to 8, and I should be sharing. Do you see the? Do you see my screen, chessboards?
I sure do.
Good, 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 good. Then I'm gonna click on rounds.
We can make it full screen.
And looks like one of our round 2 games is finished. And in fact, I got a request to look at the game. So
Okay.
we'll go ahead and look at it. It is Fook Wong versus Johannes Chow.
Hey, Chris, just
Yeah.
just a comment. If you're watching this broadcast on Facebook, you can make comments also, such as we've got one comment so far, and it was in praise of the role that I'm playing in the foundation. But just wanted to let the viewers know there's more than one way to watch. The broadcast is going live on YouTube, and it's also on Facebook and on Twitch.
Yeah. So I think obviously James is watching his the James Eade's or the Eade Foundation's Facebook page for comments on the broadcast there. So if you have a question or comment, feel free to chime in. That's another way that you can participate. All right. So we're looking at Fook Wong versus.
Oh, spoiler alert.
Yep. Let's see. Why? Oh, let me move my window up. There we go. Okay. All right. Now I can see. Now I can see better. In fact, the funny thing is we have two viewers in here as well. So somebody else is looking at this game on Tornello. So yeah, there's a lot of ways you can participate. All right. So Fook plays e4. And Johannes plays c6. So a Caracan. And
Now,
when you're
talking about opening naming conventions, and there were 2 players, weren't there? Carol and Khan that were played, and and this was an opening that that both of their names are associated with. Is that right?
Yep, that is absolutely right. And the Caracan is an interesting choice. So instead of trying to, meet White's pawn head on and controlling d4 with pawn e5, Black is instead fighting for control of the d5 square right off the bat and preparing, in fact, their d5 center pawn move for move 2. Generally, White will take momentary occupy the center with 2 pawns right off the bat, and they do d4, and Black plays d5. So let's see how it goes. There's a few different ways it can go from here,
Right.
that are fine ideas. And we see knight c3, so developing in support of the pawn on e4, and the knight is also exerting more pressure on d5. And this is the classical line.
It's
The
a
other-
really logical move, Chris. I mean,
Yeah.
knight belongs on c3, protecting the pawn on e4, putting pressure on the d5 square. The only drawback to this move is the c2
other-
can't get
Yeah.
in.
Mm-hmm.
But
And it's a little bit like a d4, d5 opening. And so you like to have your ability to move the c pawn. The other alternatives here, the main ones, is, of course, White could have exchanged, which is the exchange Caracan, and both sides just have 1 pawn in the center. And instead of a e4, e5 opening, it takes more of a d4, d5 flavor. And then the very popular pawn to e5, and that's the advanced variation. And when you get that pawn on e5, you're making it so Black cannot put their pawn on f6 or knight on f6 easily. But White chose knight c3, and I'm glad they did. This is the classical. This is what Mr. Caro and Mr. Can were kind of hoping that people would go down these paths. Dx e4, and that is the common move there, getting rid of one of those center pawns. And then knight takes e4, and now that knight is a target on e4. A lot of times here, Black plays bishop f5, targeting the knight, and then the knight moves and threatens the bishop, and then the bishop moves back to g6. And that's the modern way that players play it.
yeah, that's been played thousands of times.
But here we see kind of an older move that was in fashion. Is not in so much fashion now, but knight f6, and that is also threatening the knight on e4. And let's see, knight takes. Server failed to load game. Now let me get rid of that because the game is loaded. I don't know why it's popping that up. Knight takes on f6, saying check. And then ex f6. So what do you think about this position now?
Well, I think the knight f6 is a perfectly logical, reasonable move to make. The downside of it, well, let's talk about the upside of it, is if White does take, as he did in the game, knight takes knight, that's the third move of that knight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's trading it for a knight that's only moved once. So you're gaining a little bit of time in that procedure. So you think, oh, that's a good idea to go ahead and take it. But when you take it, you have to recapture with one pawn or the other, and your pawn structure will then be harmed.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take the knight, you want to generally capture towards the center. So you generally want to play G takes f6, except you probably want you've already moved your c pawn. You probably want to castle on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to have all those dark square weaknesses around your king. So E takes f6 is probably the best move in this position. And it has the benefit of opening up the line for the bishop on f8. can be developed now, and castling can be accomplished. So this looks like a pretty good setup for black, with the exception, and it could be a long-term permanent problem, of the doubled pawns on the f file. So the f pawn on f7 cannot move at all now. And since every piece's power is tied to its mobility, the f7 pawn is completely immobile and therefore powerless. And the pawn on f6, well, if it advances, then maybe the pawns can get moving, but the double pawns can't move as fast as pawns on adjacent files. So it's going to be a slow advance if you advance them at all. And it could be a permanent weakness if you look at the ending. If you took all the pieces but the kings off the board now, just the pawns, you'd see that there'd be a 4-on-3 majority on the queen side for white.
Yep.
And a 4-on-3 majority for black on the king side would be much more difficult. You can't create a passed pawn, but white can. That's a permanent endgame advantage. Whatever endgame you get into, that would be a permanent advantage for white. Now, black says, well, if I get developed and get my king to safety, there's a lot of chess to be played before the ending. So I'm not too worried about that now. So let's see how the game develops from here.
Interesting that you're already looking at the end game, and we're on. You're already thoughtful about the end game, and we just completed move 5. So move 6 is pawn c3. But you know, it's very it's very insightful to listen to a master like James talk about these things, because this is why chess is such a fascinating game. There are so many different ways of looking at the same position, and so many different nuances and factors that you have to take into account. In fact, even sometimes the end game on move 5. 6 c3.
Why would you play that, Chris?
C3?
Yeah.
Well, it's setting up a nice pawn chain up to your center pawn.
Correct.
And so, really you could see like bishop d3, knight f3, and then white castles.
Why wouldn't you play those moves instead of c3?
That's a good question. Why not knight f3 first?
I would start moving my pieces now.
Yeah.
I would move bishop to f4, knight to f3. I wouldn't worry about I don't know if my pawn belongs on c3 or c4 yet.
That's true as well. That's true. C3 commits to moving the pawn just one move, and eventually, as James was pointing out, you got this 4-on-3 pawn structure, and so it might behoove you to play pawn to c4 right off the bat.
Maybe not, but it's a committal move of the pawn to c3, and I'm not positive the pawn belongs on c3. One other possibility is that now you can bring the queen to c2 or b3, possibly a4. So it does open up a little diagonal for the queen to move to. So it has some pluses and minuses. I would prefer to develop my pieces rather than making pawn moves at this stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to try and make as few pawn moves as possible in the opening. White already had a center pawn and already had access to both bishops. So in fact, white didn't need to make a pawn move for quite some time. A lot of times you have to move a second pawn to get a bishop in the game. Here, white wouldn't have to.
Right.
So bishop d6, black gets a piece in the game first.
Right.
Bishop d3, castle, queen to c2. Black's going to play g6, I'm guessing, or maybe they can throw in a check with rook e8. Might as well get another piece in the game, right? In fact, they do. Rook e8 check.
Okay, so I'm curious here what white does.
Knight to e2.
That's what I would do.
Mm-hmm. Because
And
otherwise, yeah. I mean, you got to block that check. What about bishop e3? Was that also a reasonable choice, or is there a drawback to that?
well, bishop to e3 is a definite alternative. And right away, you start thinking, is that bishop going to be a target? Can I play
Mm-hmm.
bishop to f4 right away, for example?
Yeah, or
Um,
f5 and f4.
yes,
Yeah.
f5, f4 is possible. Maybe not right this minute, but
Mm-hmm.
it's something to think about. And so I prefer knight to e2. It's a little bit more flexible. It allows me to castle right away if I want to. And I'm not sure where that bishop on c1, where does it really belong? I'm not sure yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so moving into e3 would be a little bit committal for me. So I think knight e2 is my preferred choice.
And black plays h5.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of h5.
Yeah, I wonder what the as you often say, every move has positives and negatives. Negatively, it certainly it's messing up your pawn shield, exposing your king. It's h5 is now much weaker than it was on h7, just as a pawn itself. And it doesn't seem to help you in an attack or but what if any positives do we see? Maybe if white castles, it could play some kind of role in advancing to h4 and exposing white's king. Let's see.
Yeah, I said that I wasn't a fan, but I would point out that if it stayed on h7, the queen and bishop form a little battery that
Mm-hmm.
so it could take on h7 if it stayed there.
Mm-hmm.
So your choices really were to play it to h6, h5, or to play g6.
Mm-hmm.
And of those choices, what is the best choice? What's the one that makes the most sense?
Let's go back to that choice. So the h7's attacked, and you're saying you could play h6, of course. You could play h5, or you could play g6
Right.
to avoid losing a pawn with check. And what would FIDE Master James Eade have played there?
Well, I wouldn't have played h5 because that's weakening to my sensibility. It seems like a weakening move. I don't want to weaken squares around my king, and I don't want to leave pawns. Sometimes you advance them too quickly, they become weakened of themselves. So the pawn on h5 might become a target. G6 seems to be pretty safe because you have that pawn on f7 and f6 contributing to the defense of the king. The only minus to that is the h6, g7 squares get a little bit weak. But there's really no way for white to exploit that weakness.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is on g6, it can become a target and allow white to play h4, h5, because white is not committed to castling on the king side. What I don't like about h5 is that black is already committed to the king side. It's king to the king side. So you're not going to advance those pawns without exposing your king. And king safety is a primary concern. So my choice would probably be h6.
Interesting. Initially, I was thinking pawn g6, but now that you've broken it all down, I definitely concur that h6 does look better. All right, so h5 was played, and white plays bishop e3. Let's see, knight to d7, getting the knight off the back rank. Where is that knight going to go, though?
The knight is deprived of going to the center square c5 or e5 at the moment, probably for a long time. It could maneuver to d5 via b6, knight b6, d5. It could also enter the game or play a defensive role by moving to f8. And this would be my reasoning for preferring h6, because knight d7, f8 would cover all of the white squares around the king, and the pawns would be covering the dark squares. The king would look to be
Very safe. Yeah.
very difficult to attack. Yes.
Yeah, very, very safe.
Okay.
White castle's queen side.
So now we know the white king is on the queen side.
Yeah.
And
that h5 actually subtracted a move from white in a pawn storm. Oftentimes, when we're castled on the opposite sides of the board, you use a pawn storm, and it's going to be easier for white to start engaging those pawns.
Precisely. Very good.
Black plays knight f8. So there's that defensive move. And again, it would be super, super solid if the pawn was on h6, not h5.
Very hard to attack that structure. And you're wide open to start attacking on the queen side.
You could start with pawn to b5 right off the
b5, a5, b4. Yep.
Yeah. King goes to b1.
That's a very good defensive move. When you castle queen side as opposed to king side, your king is not as safe on the queen side. But by moving it takes a move. It takes one tempi to use this, but getting it to b1 makes it just about as safe as castling on king side. So the king's safety is a primary consideration here, and the king is safer on b1 than it is on c1. So it's good use of time.
Bishop e6. So black continues developing. Both sides have their bishops nicely placed for these assaults on the opposing kings. White plays c4.
See, now this is going back to our earlier criticism of c3. Now it did open up a square for the queen to move to c2, and that did provoke h5, so it's probably okay, but you just wasted a moment of time, a tempi, to go from c3 to c4 when you could have gone there in one move. But this is the game of chess. We never know for sure how the game is going to develop, and maybe this is a way that that white has gotten to the position that white wanted to get to, and was just takes one extra move, because now the knight can go to c3, and oh my goodness, all of a sudden all the pieces look well posted, and it looks like white is controlling the center, which means a control of space. And that means that white is going to have more choices to play in the center, in the queen side, on the king side, and black is not so fortunate. Black cannot choose where to play because white is controlling the center. It'll be more difficult for black to shift pieces from the king side to the queen side and vice versa than it will be for white. So this is another element of control of the center. It allows your pieces to maneuver to their ideal squares, and a piece's power is tied to its maneuverability, to its mobility. The more choices it has, the more powerful it is. So this is looking to be a very strong position for white now.
It really is. Rook to c8, putting the rook in the same file as your opponent's queen.
Always a good idea.
And white plays h3 with the idea of playing g4.
Right.
And
Going
black,
back to what you said, it's easier for white to open up the position on the king side, and because h5 has been played, if it was on h6, it would be much more difficult to open the position.
And now that the rook's in the same file as white's queen, black plays pawn to b5.
A very, very wise move in terms of you've got to rip open the queen side if you're going to have any play in this game.
And white plays pawn to c5.
Now, this would normally be questionable because now we have what we call a backwards pawn on d4. Because that pawn cannot advance without being captured, and it cannot be protected by another pawn. There is no pawn on the C or E files that can protect it. The pawn on C5 has passed it. So it's left the D4 pawn backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Now that could be a permanent weakness in white's position if we get to the ending. But right now, the bishop must move or otherwise be captured, and then the advantage in material would be in white's favor.
So bishop decides to go to e7. Is that where you would have moved the bishop to, Jim?
No, it's not. Unfortunately, I think bishop to b8 was indicated because it puts a little bit of pressure on the d file from the queen. It allows the rook on e8 to transfer rook e7 to b7, for example, to support the further advance of the a7 to a5, a4, those types of things, and then b4 would be supported. And so the bishop on e7 has no real future because it cannot advance on the because the pawn on c5 is limiting its scope. The knight on f8 is a good defender where it is, so the bishop can't retreat further. So where is the bishop's future? But on the long diagonal b8 to h2, it has a future. It could get into the game in a number of ways. So it's to me, it's just now the rook to e7 is ruled out, so you can't get the rook into the game that way. So it's getting me more cramped feeling on e7.
It really does. And in a cramped position, it's good to try and exchange to free things up. But I don't even, there's not the pieces. Black's pieces aren't engaging anything. There aren't a lot of possible exchanges right now, even. So it looks like Black's just their bishop on e7 is not as good as the counterpart on e3, and the knight on f8 is not as good as the knight on e2.
Also, a good point.
Yeah. Let's see, rook to g1, preparing this g4 push even more.
Yes.
Black plays a5, and this is a fine idea, but as Jim pointed out, it would be much better with the e-rook relocated to the queen side, and now that can't happen.
And besides a5 immediately, and if we can back up where it's still on a7, queen a5 is a thing to look at as well.
Yep, threatening a2. Big time threat.
A2 connects the rooks.
Yeah, unifies rooks.
And it's a way to maybe force white to make a defensive move. So it gives you a time to make an aggressive move, forcing white to make a defensive move, which can only be in black's favor.
Yeah, if white plays b3, then a5's even better.
So
a5 is played first, and then g4.
Now, just as you said, the drawback of h5 allows white to open lines against the black king. On h6, this would not be so threatening. This would not be very threatening at all.
I mean, the pawn wouldn't be able to scoot forward until h4 and then g5, it would take at least 3 more moves to create something over there. And black plays h4. What do you think about that?
H4 is a reasonable alternative to because you don't want to open the lines, so you keep the lines closed. But the drawback is the pawn it was on h7 is now all the way to h4, but blocked, so it cannot go further, and is now susceptible to attack. And you could attack in a couple of different ways: f4, g2, knight f4, knight g2, or the pawn could go to f4, for example, and then bishop retreat to f2.
Yeah.
That way. So there are a number of ways for white to decide, and so if white has choices, white's happy, and black is forced to defend a single pawn on h4. Then pieces don't like to be defenders. Pieces want to be attackers. So if you tie them down to defense, they're not so happy. And if you defend a pawn with a move like g5, you're creating more weaknesses around your king, and white can still open the position possibly with f4. So it's the best of bad choices here, because g4 gave you a Hobson's choice. You don't want to take, you don't want to allow white to take, but h4, it's not the happiest place in the world.
Yep, it's a target.
It's a target.
And it's a stationary target.
Correct.
In chess, a lot of times we like to attack stationary targets. It makes more sense than attacking something that's mobile. All right, knight f4 is played. So very nice move, Huang. And let's see. Black plays a4. Again, yeah. It's getting closer to being serious, but that pawn on c5, white's pawn on c5 is right in the way of things for black.
It really is.
Knight takes e6.
Questionable decision. But I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'm just saying I wouldn't have chosen it myself.
Yeah, because now that knight on f8 can jump back to life.
And the other possibility is you could play pawn takes, f7 takes e6, and repair your pawn structure. And make that backwards pawn feel more backwards than ever.
Which way would you go here? Would you bring your knight back to life? Knight takes e6, or would you fix this pawn structure?
I would fix the pawn structure.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe that's what you would say. Knight takes e6. And then white plays pawn to f4. So scooting those pawns even closer.
It's reasonable.
Yeah, white has. It certainly looks like white is well set up to if they disrupt any more of those pawns in front of black's king. The bishops are aiming down there. Already got a rook aiming down there, and easy enough to add another rook.
Now it might look like the d4 pawn is hanging. Knight takes d4 seems possible.
But first, not really.
But it's not.
Because there's this bishop h7 check stuff.
Correct. Yeah. So if you played knight takes d4, you could play bishop takes d4.
Yeah.
The queen cannot recapture it. So you would just lose a piece for no compensation.
Yeah. Because of this bishop h7 stuff. You always have to look at the checks, captures, and threats. Very important.
Discover check is one of the strongest tactics in chess. So always look for that possibility. Look for the possibility that if your opponent is threatening discovered check, you want to be very careful. And if your opponent allows you to play a double check, you may be able to get a significant advantage.
Now, it's worth pointing out that these two players have been using their time at this stage in the game. And in fact, Johannes Chow is a little bit low on time, but remember there is a 10-second increment, and so looks can be a little deceiving when you just look at the what's stated on the clock, because as long as you move within 10 seconds, you aren't losing any more time. So it's not time to panic, but white has an important time advantage right now. Queen to a5 is what Johannes plays.
It's very consistent.
In g5, trying to disrupt that pawn shield a little bit more.
Well, gosh golly. See, the other thing is f6 was a target.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how do you follow up? And rather than g4, I was thinking of queen to f2.
Ah. Yep. Threatening that h4 pawn. And how can
because I'm not thinking that black is really threatening my king in any meaningful way.
mm-hmm.
So I would like to see how black would try to defend that h4 pawn. But in the game, we played g5, trying to open lines. You can see the desire to open lines against the king.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, you know, white can, I'm not sure if he's thinking this, but white can play g6 if black ignores this threat.
Yeah.
And that would create white squared weaknesses around the king,
Mm-hmm.
and the queen on c2 and the bishop on d3 are poised to exploit them. And the g file would be open. So this, I think, is the most dramatic threat that white has.
Yeah, because again, f7 is stuck in place. It can't bypass this threat at all.
Exactly.
If f7 wasn't there, if f7 wasn't there, g6 would be a horrible mistake for white because it would block off all of white's pieces. But the fact that f7 is there and cannot be moved means that if white gets to play g6, white can open up the line for his queen, bishop, and rook. And that would be very strong.
Yeah, I think, see, this is, to my way of thinking, I would have to calculate this very, very long and hard. But my thinking is that g6 is still the move.
Mm-hmm. So black plays b4. And you're saying, would you play g6 here?
I would.
Yeah, and you would have to calculate it very, very long and hard because obviously there's the b3 stuff and other things. I mean, black's closing in.
Right.
But it looks like white gets there first and has more force potential. White has more pieces aimed in the direction of black's king than black has in white's king.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Is that I think white gets there first.
f5.
That doesn't look right to me. That does away with white's advantage from what I can see.
Because now black can play knight takes g5, and they do.
Yeah. I don't see the follow-up for white here.
Queen g2.
Still.
Putting the queen in the same file as your opponent's king.
Always a good idea, but that knight on g5 is in the way.
Yeah. It can't move.
It can't move, correct.
But it's in the way, and it's supported by a pawn on f6 and a bishop on e7.
Right. Oh,
And black comes back, queen c7.
that's surprising.
Yeah. Is black here? What would you have played?
Well, it's interesting because either pawn advance is met by a pawn advance. So keeping the position locked. There are things in the air, though. For example, like b3, a3, bishop takes c5.
Because nothing's defending the bishop on e3.
So bishop takes but bishop takes g5 would defeat that. So no, that is not a option. Okay. So it's very difficult for me to see how black gets. This is why I was never too worried about black's attack. It doesn't seem like black can force anything open. Oh, so
the queen comes back to c7, maybe realizing that their attack wasn't going to be fruitful. It might have. Do you think it would have been worthwhile to advance the pawn, and even if they remain locked, just to control a square next to your opponent's king before moving the queen back, or do you think it's better to keep the pawns on a4 and b4 flexible so you have either or choices in the future?
Well, I think generally speaking, if I was going to advance a pawn, I would advance the b pawn and not the a pawn. Because my hopes would be more along the light squares around the king than the dark squares, because I could always possibly sacrifice a piece on the dark squares and penetrate that way. But my thinking again would be, I wonder if queen d8 is preferable to queen c7. Because then I'm trying to again play bishop to take c5. But I don't think I can. So queen c7 might be just as good as anything. But I think if I was going to throw in a pawn advance, I would play b3, forcing a3. And
then maybe move the queen back.
And then maybe move the queen. Where would I want the queen to be? I don't see much of a future for it. I don't know where it's optimally placed. Because perhaps what I'm going to do is play bishop to d8. And ask the bishop on e3, what is it going to do? And then maybe I would be able to double my rooks after bishop d8, rook c7, rook c to e7. And that's when I could throw in b3 at any time and try to control that e1 square. So I'm not sure where my queen belongs yet. And I would probably pay some attention to changing where my pieces could be.
It seems like a5 might be the most active square for the queen.
That's what I'm thinking. It's not c. I don't think it belongs on c7 or d8. So yeah. So queen d8 on a5 might be its right position for now. Maybe, but it's a tough position, and it's a rapid game, so you've got to make your choices in a relatively short amount of time. But I'm not seeing, after f5, which blocks the bishop on d3, which I think was a horrible mistake in terms of your attacking on the king side. I think white had gotten in, and f5 blocked it.
Yep.
But it's still a ball game.
It really is. It's a fun position to look at. Let's see what the players do. So Queen C7 is what Johannes played, and then Queen G4
Yes,
is
this is the way to exploit the pawn on it. Good,
Mhm.
it's a good move.
That was a good move. And then A3, I think, is the wrong pawn to advance.
Yeah, with the queen on A5, B3 was definitely forcing. Now
Yeah.
it seems like B3 is simple enough to me.
And B3 is played.
Yeah.
And
So now there's a possibility of getting the bishop to C4. And really, queen could take the H pawn. It could also play to H5. And then taking the knight is a very serious problem for black.
Yeah, that could be really pretty. So like a bishop C4, queen H5, and then black thinks they're okay because their knight's defending F7, but then the rook just takes it, or the bishop, or yeah. Okay,
Tough.
so queen. This is what black had in mind.
Right.
So black wanted to play A3 when black was. This is why they played queen C7. Now they've answered our question of what they had in mind. They're threatening mate in 1, but it's an easy threat to deal with. Rook G2.
But now the pawn on H3 is hanging.
Queen takes H3. Wow.
This is a good strategy for black.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with that. I didn't see the queen C7 A3 and then the queen H2. I didn't see that. That's very, very well thought out. Queen takes H3, knight takes H3. And then rook H2 threatens the knight and the pawn behind it. Knight goes back to G5. And then rook takes H4. So now what are your thoughts, Jim?
Well, I'm still looking at bishop takes C5, because if bishop takes G5, then F takes G5, attacks the rook.
Yeah, so that tactic finally works.
I think it does.
It finally works. So you had that tactic kind of in mind. And because, and you said it, you said that discovered attacks, you need to look at them. If your opponent has a possible discovered attack against you. And this discovered attack has been
hanging in the air
for quite some time, and now is the time.
I think now is the time.
And now there's no discovered attack. Rook E to D8.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Because now rook on the D rook to H1 threatens mate.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
That is what's played. How quickly things can change with just one missed tactic. One missed tactic. And everybody misses tactics. The best chess players in the world have missed plenty of tactics. But it's a game deciding. Oftentimes it comes down to tactics. G6, creating an escape route, so you aren't,
I'm afraid,
checkmated.
Yeah.
Because the knight is defending, but it is also under attack. But if rook were to say check and the king goes to G7 and then bishop takes knight, pawn takes, then you have another escape square because you don't have a pawn on f6. So you aren't going to get the checkmate now. But it
That
creates.
is true,
Mhm.
but you have to calculate bishop takes knight, pawn takes, rook check, king, rook check on h8, king forces to go to h7, then rook checks. And this is all tough things to calculate, but you have to calculate them. Rook h8 on h8 to h7 check.
Mhm.
Now, where does the king go? Does it go to f8 or does it go to f6? In either case, then f takes g6 looks deadly.
Yeah. But white doesn't play the check right off the bat. They play bishop c4, threatening this fx g6 with f7 pinned.
That might work as well.
It looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. GX f5, triple isolated pawns. We were talking about pawn structures. Yeah, so we got ourselves a triple isolated pawn.
But I would just take the knight now.
You would have taken the knight to
Yep.
get rid of the guard.
Because I'm not concerned about pawn structure this time. I'm going after bigger fish.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Getting rid of the knight is the main guard for the black king right now. You get rid of that, and it's open season. And the dark squared bishop on e3 is not really helping too much with the attack right now, as is.
Yeah, bishop takes on g5, f takes on. Oh, let's just
Go ahead.
Bishop takes on g5, f takes on g5, rook h8 check, forces king g7, and then rook on h1 to h7 check.
And then if king f6, you got rook takes f7.
And
Check.
that's,
Yeah. Is that mate?
it's not mate.
It's not no, it's not mate yet. You still got g6.
Yeah, I think you're in, and that it will be decisive. But it requires further analysis. Okay, so we played rook h6. See, I don't know if that's this forcing.
King g7. Yeah, it's not.
No, it was a mistake. Oh gosh, yes, it was a bad mistake. Yeah, bishop takes g5 was necessary.
Rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, king takes. And now instead of checkmating, we've got ourselves a unique endgame.
Oh gosh, yes.
White has no passed pawns. Black has 3 triple isolated passed pawns. And white has 2 bishops versus the bishop knight. What do you think about this, Jim?
Whew. I think white missed his win. Okay, but one thing you can say right off the bat is that those f pawns can't steamroll down the board. It's only one pawn at a time. So what about a move like bishop to d2 here? And just taking those queenside pawns. Because even if a pawn gets to f2, it's not queening because the bishop on c4 can stop it.
Yep.
So
this bishop's guarding f1, right where it's at.
And so even though you have 2 pawns extra, look at the f7, f6, f5. They're not. None of them can help each other.
Yeah.
So it's like having one passed pawn. Although technically you're correct, you've got 3 passed pawns. There's no pawn that can stop any of them. They're slow, so slow though.
Mm-hmm.
They can't help each other advance. And they can be blockaded. If one's blockaded, all of them are blockaded. So it's a very curious position.
It is. This is going to be fun to watch. Let's see some endgame technique from these players. Bishop d2 is played. That's a great move. Targeting a pawn that cannot be defended. King g7. Black's getting their king more active out of the corner. Bishop takes b4. There goes one pawn. And here comes f4. Bishop takes a2, a3. And now white has a passed pawn of their own.
Right?
Just like that. And even though white's passed pawn is just one passed pawn and black has 3, I like white's passed pawn better. Knight to e4.
It threatens knight to d2 check.
It does. And if you get rid of that light squared bishop, then the f-pawns become more threatening.
Yes. But that stops it.
Bishop d2 stops it and targets the f4 pawn. So the f4 pawn moves to f3.
Oh, I wouldn't even bother with that move.
Bishop goes to e3. And you're saying not necessary.
Yeah,
you would just play a4, right?
A4 or b4. I would run a4 probably.
Okay. And then f5, which opens up the possibility of the dark squared bishop moving.
Yes.
a4, there it goes. And then f4, distracting the bishop on e3. Bishop takes e3, and now the pawn can go to f2. But again, there's a problem in that the bishop on c4 is guarding the queenine square and has been. a5.
Oh.
Knight takes. Looks. Is that move necessary? I think it is, actually.
I think it might be.
Yeah,
and it does get very good drawing chances now.
That was a very good move. Very good move, Johannes Chow. I think that's your only path. Okay, so now the bishop on c5 is a super bishop. It's defending f2 and guarding a7. Super.
Yeah.
a6. King goes to f6.
But what about bishop to b8 now?
Yep, and
king d2 is a mistake.
Yeah, so bishop b8 means that then this pawn can go to a7.
And then that f2 pawn falls.
Yep. Yep.
So this is really critical to be, because every move here is critical.
King to f5, threatening the bishop on f4. Bishop on f4 moves.
Oh, that's a mistake too. That's interesting though.
And now I can't loop around to get to b8 to support a7.
I think white just missed that the bishop b8 forces the win of the piece.
Yeah, that's one of the you know, that is a common endgame motif. You know, that you can use a bishop in the 8th rank to support a pawn and moving to the 7th. So next time, I'm sure Fu Kuang will know that. It'll stick in his memory now. b4, bishop goes to a7, blockading a6, and staying on that important diagonal.
Yeah, because now,
Check, and then, yep, king to f3. Boy, this is exciting. Then bishop goes to f1, and yeah, now both pawns are blockaded. White's king gets more active and into opposition.
oh,
Yeah. And now things are much simpler.
yes. And simply bishop d6 to and c5 should win the
Mhm.
game for white.
It should win the game. So where did black make a mistake in there? It seemed like it was a little too simple. Was it?
Let's go back even further. Before I played f7, f5 in this position,
Uh-huh.
this is a current position, right?
Uh,
What about
yeah.
king to g3?
Yeah. King g3, and then king would probably go to d3 still.
And then king h2.
Yep, that's the way. That's the way to do it. That would have been an improvement. When f5 was played, it didn't seem to help. And then
Even
white,
in this position, playing king to g3 is fine.
yeah,
But f4 is the critical mistake.
yeah, f4 was the critical mistake. And now all white has to do is two moves. Bishop d6 and then bishop c5.
So the f5 was not a problem. It was, was not necessary, but it took away the e4 square from the king. So it's fine, doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
But the maneuver that black missed was the king g3, h2,
Yep.
g1. That would have
And
won the
yeah,
game for black.
and black resigns.
Yeah.
Right here. That was a
even
fun
better.
game.
Yeah, this is
that was a really nice game.
yeah.
And thank you for the recommendation. I think Huang recommended that we look at that that game, and that was a
We
good
have
one.
a couple of comments on Facebook, and I want to post them just before we leave.
Sure.
This is black's h5 might look weak, but it's a common idea in the Carl Khan, and it's actually hard to attack. It also slows down white's kingside attack by controlling g4. Very good comment.
Mm-hmm.
And if bishop c5, rook dh1. So I'm not. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. That's a good comment also, Giannis, because bishop takes c5 was not in the cards. Rook dh1 in that point would have forced king that was on g8 to f8, and then you could have taken the bishop. So bishop didn't save the game either. Perhaps what was necessary was bishop to d8 at that point, and then rook to h1, then king f8. But in any case, it was a very instructive game. Congratulations to both players.
Yeah, and we can kind of tell, based on the fact that there were so many comments, that it was a entertaining and instructive game, worthy of our time. And thank you to everybody who's commenting. I'm going to go ahead and run a commercial, Jim, and take care of some tournament stuff. And then.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
All right. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you got to check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Perfect.
A new golden medal. Go.
Are we back live, Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Jim. Welcome.
Chris.
Welcome back.
Do you need me to get the game on again, or can you do that?
Yes, please. If you can share the.
That's what in the top of the magic glowing.
I don't know what's in this cup, Leo. Okay. And then if we can find the. There we go. Super. Thank you, Megan. Jim, I thought we would take a look at standings because I believe 3 rounds are complete now.
Okay.
So that would be meaningful. So let's see. We'll look at the standings in our K through 5 section. And right now, Neela, who we looked at a game of this morning already, has a perfect score of 3 in first place. And then Alexander Zhu is second with 2 points. And Adrith Dudilla is third, also with 2.
Mm-hmm.
So tied for second, I should say. Apili is also tied for second with 2. Avik is tied for second with 2. And Samira is tied for second with 2. And let us look at the older section. And the standings over there. And there we've got Fua Kwong with 3 points out of 3, and Johannes Chow with 2. And we just looked at the game between those 2 players. And Sharhu Ras also is tied for second with 2. Anshul Das is tied for second with 2. Raghav Ravi is tied for second with 2. And Anusha is tied for second with 2. And Aman is tied for second with 2. So
Okay.
those are our current standings. And the next round is due to start at 12:30. So we'll go ahead and look at another, and that'll be round 4 of 5. So in both sections, there are 2 rounds remaining. Again, the time control is 15 and 10. Let me go ahead and let's pull up another game.
All right.
And actually, you know what? Let me. Can you go ahead and put us both back on screen again, Jim?
Sure.
Or I'll just say stop sharing, right? That works too.
Yes. No, don't. You can. Okay, that works too.
Yeah, there we are. Couple things. I wanted to remind everyone that Jim and I are going to be doing the summer chess camps together. And you should certainly go check out that information on dailychessmusings.com. There's 3 free online summer chess camps, and I'm really looking forward to the camps, getting to know all the players again. We do a whole bunch of fun learning activities, 6 hours of chess, 5 days straight. That's 30 hours of chess. And I'm working on a ton of lesson plans for all different skill levels of players. And again, I'm going to be joined by James Eade, who's right here. I'm going to be joined by Francisco Anchando, my good friend. He's a real fan of gambit chess and attacking chess, and so that'll be fun. I'm going to be joined by noted chess author Lauren Goodkind.
Oh, yeah.
And I always enjoy learning with Lauren. She's and in fact she's going to be broadcasting a Blitz tournament tomorrow night through the Daily Chess Musings Chess Club. You can check that chess club out. Again, the information's on dailychessmusings.com. It's a free club to join. The Blitz tournament tomorrow night will be played on chess.com, and Lauren will be live broadcasting that. That's really fun. So she will be joining us this summer. FIDE Master Eric Lee will be joining. He's one of the two young guys who started Mission 360, and we've looked at a lot of his games.
Yeah.
As he's trying to get his international master norm. I was going to write an interview with him in the upcoming Cal Chess Journal, but he said, hang on, Chris, I want to get my IM title first. So that's on hold. He's going to get his IM title very, very soon is his plans. And then we will have a feature article on him in the Cal Chess Journal. His friend Kevin Pan, FIDE Master Kevin Pan, will be joining us, and he also is the other half of Mission 360. Kevin is a fabulous chess player, and I think we'll be seeing him play in a Norm tournament soon. He's been very busy, focused on some of his school activities. And he is 16, so he's got a lot of time. He's a young guy. A lot of time to get his IM and then maybe even GM, because he is a fantastic chess talent. And then speaking of GMs, Mackenzie Molnar will be joining us as well. So I think I mentioned all the guest teachers so far. And if you're watching and your coach or someone you think would like to come and do a lesson with the camp and promote maybe a book or their own camp or something like that, my contact information is on dailychessmusings.com. We're always looking for more people to collaborate with. And if you're watching this broadcast and you're commenting on Facebook, make sure you remember to go to the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel and hit the subscribe button. That's your homework for the day. Please go and help James have more traction on YouTube by going and subscribing. Make sure also, Jim, can you share screen with the Eade Foundation's web page, please, and show us some of the neat stuff there? It's a really great web page.
Oh, thank you.
It deserves a lot of airtime.
You're so kind. And let's see. Okay. Now, I will see if I can share that screen that I just created. The Chrome tab. And let's see if I can do this. How's that look? Okay.
Looks good. There we go.
All right. So this is the current website. Right now we're in the transition phase. We're migrating, and so the updates are not as current as they will be in the future. But you can see some of the past broadcasts. We have this is a little bit about me, the Eade Foundation in general. If you go to the About section, we'll talk a little bit about what the Eade Foundation does. We want to enhance chess literacy and chess excellence. And by chess literacy, I mean the ability to read and write chess notation, because it does help you to read and write your own moves down. Sometimes you have a something doing it for you, but when you're just playing an over-the-board tournament, you're required to write down your moves, and it's important to retain a copy of these moves and the games so that you can study them later. Sometimes you can study them with a coach. And this is a little bit about myself, because I do run both the board and the foundation itself. And I wanted to point out, just 2 weeks ago, I was given the Worldwide Humanitarian Award. And this is what you can see here. The Humanitarian Award is given to me, and these are some of the affiliations and associations and societies that I've been involved in, some of the achievements that I've had. And excuse
And that humanitarian award it is a very if you look at the people who've won that over the last century, it's a very old award. And if you look at the people who have won it over the last century, it's like the who's who of very, very inspiring and kind individuals. You'll recognize tons of names. And so it's like a hall of fame for kind deeds. And
something went down the wrong pipe there. Thanks, Chris.
no problem. But yeah, I mean, it was a huge deal, that humanitarian award.
Yeah, I really appreciated it. And the other thing I wanted to point out that's on this site is the Wikipedia page on me. And this is what it shows, a little bit about my background, some of the books that I've written, some of the books that I published under the Mark Hypermodern Press. Some of the references you can see listed below that.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to say I started playing chess in 1972 as part of the Fisher boom. And I was 15 years old when I played my first rated game. And so all the players that were looking at their games today, they started much younger than I did. And this is some of the list of accomplishments that I've had. And also back on this page, you can see some more of the achievements that I've had. And I started at 15. So who knows what the kids today can do? And it's just, I want to make sure that everyone knows that they can do just about anything. And I've lost my place. That's Wikipedia. This is my Facebook page, right? Okay. I have lost my place, Chris.
That's okay. Hey, Jim, another thing we should talk about is the Arthur Award. And you gave that to Mishra, the youngest grandmaster ever, and Alexi Root.
Yes.
And who won the Arthur Award this year?
Okay. Jason Liang. He won the $1,000 Arthur Award for Chess Excellence. And he's an FM. He lives in upstate New York, but he's already got his first IM Norm tournament since we gave him the award. So this was basically to help him travel to, the interview was with him and his dad. And I think I can show a little bit more about Jason. This is the YouTube, but I won't play this for you right now. But if you go onto the Eade Foundation YouTube channel, you can see the interview with both his dad and him. And as you can see down here, it's the Arthur W. Eade's contribution to the game. The Arthur Award is in recognition of him. He happens to be my dad, taught me the game, bought me my first chess book. And so Jason is one of those players that is up and coming. You can see he's still quite young, high school age, but is becoming an international master. He hopes to keep going. And just like we had an interview on the same foundation site with Christopher Yu. who's already become a grandmaster.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these things we want to do, and you can see this is a little throwback, but we have the chess files. The chess files.
We still are looking at the Wikipedia page on the broadcast, it looks like.
Okay, let me get that down. Does that help? Let me see. Let me share this screen again. See if I can pull up my website again. Do you see that now, Chris?
I do.
Okay. So I was going to talk about the chess files a little bit, which is something that I've been doing. Did 52 episodes last year. I've been taking a bit of a break this year, but I will continue to do them. And you can see all these videos on the Eade Foundation channel. But this is, like we were covering the international norm tournaments from Bay Area chess and Mission 360. So we talked about a couple of times the 2 high school FMs that are behind that. And also I do a lot of things with book authors like Cyrus Lakwadala was with his one of his latest books, but man, the guy is so prolific. I had him on again for episode 57.
He already came out with another book.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks really good. It's about Petrosian's endgames.
Oh yes, and
Tigran
so I have
Petrosian's endgame technique. Yeah,
that's true. I have to have them both back.
Yeah.
So the idea here, Chris, is these guys are so prolific and they're such good authors that I like to have them on when they produce a new book, and talk about like how did they get the idea for it. Now this idea, I talked to Karsten about this because he was originally from Denmark, so of course the Norwegian rat is named after Magnus Carlsen from Norway, and so I made a connection there. And I said, well, Karsten, why'd you write it with Cyrus? And he said, well, it was Cyrus's idea. So of course. But Magnus has been playing this in a lot of blitz and rapid games. So it's like E4, G6, D4, and F6. And so it's a very provocative opening, and there's not a whole lot of theory about it. And I used it in a correspondence game for the first time, and I've got a winning position, I think, by using it, even in a correspondence game, because they were saying, rapid blitz is a really good surprise weapon. And but this was a guy had days to think about his moves, and I still got what I think is the winning position. I'm certainly got the advantage. I don't know if I can win it, but I am as black got the better position. So these things that we don't think are playable. Sometimes how opening theory is. It comes in fashion, then goes out of fashion, then comes back in, and so some things, like I love things that get you out of book as early as possible. So you're not playing someone else's moves. You're playing your own moves.
Yeah.
That's what I really love about chess is when you're playing your opponent and not some book, not some analysis that was done by someone else. And so it's a surprise weapon, but I love the fact that we could do that. So, but the website also, I wanted to brag once more that the website was given the Chess Journalist Award for Best Chess Website.
Yeah.
And that interview I had with Cyrus got the honorable mention for Best Interview. And that was actually that's the first time I had Cyrus on. I've had him on twice since then. A great author, a great guy. And we can't believe that he lives in San Diego and I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. We must have been playing in the same tournaments for years and years, never played each other. So it's just one of those quirks. I'm sure that we passed each other in the walkways without saying hello because we didn't know each other. We hadn't played, we hadn't met each other. But now I consider him a friend.
Maybe we'll see him at the U.S. Open this summer.
Oh, I'm sure that he'll make an appearance there, if not play. And I will be there as well. I love the U.S. Open. It's like a high school reunion for me because I see people that I only see them once a year.
Mm-hmm.
the East Coast, where I grew up. These people are lifelong friends, and one of the gifts that chess gives you is you make friends with people that you otherwise would not have run into. You would not have crossed paths, and through chess you do. And even though you may only see them once a year because they live geographically apart, if you go to the same tournaments, you see them more often than that. And one Grandmaster John Fedorowicz, he's in New York City, and my wife and I go and take he and his wife out to dinner whenever we're in New York City. So we've been friends together, and this is a photo of me pretend fighting with him.
Ha!
And at last year's US Open, I got an updated.
Yep.
So we've
That's funny.
been pretending to fight with each other for a long time.
Yep.
And he complains that I always never fail to mention that he put down the French defense once, and so I challenged him to 5-minute games, and I ended up winning. And I always bring it up every time we see each other.
Yeah, I mean, when somebody puts down an opening that is one of your key things, it's personal. It's personal.
I'm sure John is not watching, but Angela might be. Hi, Angela. And you could tell John that I mentioned it on a live broadcast once again. John will never live that down. But he's stayed over my house multiple times, and the first time he stayed, he broke a lamp, but my wife forgave him, so yeah, he can.
Hopefully not in anger.
No. He's not
throwing lamps at you.
He's
during
not
chess games.
clumsy,
Okay.
let's say,
Yeah.
but he's not manually adroit.
Yeah.
And so, but he's welcome back anytime.
Yeah.
So these are lifelong friends that you can make, and right now they might be an opponent, somebody you played. But one of the things I loved about chess when I was 15, 16, I would go to a tournament, play a game with someone. We would go out to lunch, and we would analyze games, and we would become friends. And when we would see each other at other tournaments, we would be happy to see each other.
Yep. And probably, when you were 15, a lot of these opponents that you were playing with were older than you, already in a profession, and so it's a good learning opportunity.
Chess is an intergenerational activity, and it was so important to me in my teen years to have adults that weren't my parents. Everybody, ideally you have a great relationship with your parents, but it's always nice to have people that are their age, or in my case, grandparents' age, that you can form a relationship with, and they sort of take you under the wing in a way that a parent isn't allowed to sometimes, because they can't be your friend. They have to be your parent.
Yeah.
And so people of their parents or grandparents' age, I never knew my grandfathers. I knew my grandmothers, but I never knew my grandfathers. And through chess, I met a lot of people that would have been their age if they had not passed away. And it was a special time in my life to have men of that age around me.
Yep.
And it was a gift that I got by playing chess.
Amazing. It is so cross-generational. It just chess is wonderful. I of course was lucky enough to have my grandfather around during that age, and every holiday we'd make the trek from Fremont all the way to Livermore. It seemed like a long way.
Yeah, sure.
Back in the day, not so much anymore, but back in the day, especially when I was a little guy getting carsick all the time, it seemed like a long way. But then I'd get there, and there would be the chessboard, and sitting down with my grandfather, hearing his stories of his adventures in World War II and things. I mean, real history. And you just you can't put a price on that kind of experience.
I couldn't agree more.
So I heard, I'm not sure if you hear the sound effects or if I'm just hearing that, but the round has started. So let's go ahead and look at some games from round 3. Let me go ahead and do that thing. So I'm back over here. And then let me see if I can share my screen. I forgot to do that. Oh dear, did I lose my... No, I didn't. There we go. Yep. I'm learning to use the
I know.
new software. It's always good.
Talking about my website when I still had you on the Wikipedia page. It's easy
Yeah.
to do. You got multiple windows open. You're
Yeah.
talking one, and you got another one open on the screen. There you go.
Okay, so we're sharing, and let's see. We were going to look at some a couple more games. The players are in round 4. It says, our 2 sections are in round 4 of 5. Let's go ahead and start with the 6 to 8, the older section. Click on the games, and again, I don't. Oh, nope. I need to click on the rounds because I don't want to comment on their games as they're going, because these aren't speed chess games, and these are rated games. So we need to be careful not to bits on live games. So all right, let's see. I want to, I'm trying to go around and give a lot of people attention during the broadcast.
That's a good policy.
Spread it around, and we have not looked at anything from Kathir and Naman yet, so we'll take a look at that and see what happened in their game. I have no idea. So
54 moves. Ooh.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Here we go. And Kathir starts with e4, c6. So we have a Caro-Kann again.
Another Caro-Kann. Okay.
Yeah, so it's becoming, apparently it's becoming more in style with the younger crowd. D4, D5, and E5. So we have an advanced variation.
Yes.
This time. And in the advanced variation, I'm trying to adjust the screen height just a little bit to make sure people see the whole board. In the advanced variation, this E5 pawn can be a little bit annoying because it's controlling F6, so the black's knight can't go where it wants to go.
The knight belongs in F6.
But yeah, the pawn structure is very extended, so oftentimes black will play C5 sooner than later to attack the back of the pawn structure. Let's see what happens. So bishop F5. That's a book move. It gets the bishop out of the pawn chain before you play pawn to E6.
Absolutely. It's so important. In the French defense, you would play E6 early, so the bishop would trap behind that pawn chain. But in the Caro-Kann, you get the bishop out before you lock it with the pawn structure with the pawn on F7, E6, and D5. And that is why the Caro-Kann tends to be easier defense to play, and what it might be more popular now than it used to be.
Yeah, a lot of times in the French defense, the key decisive thing for black to accomplish is getting their light bishop to be useful. And if they get their light bishop posted someplace nice, then they have a better position. In the Caro-Kann, your light bishop gets out sooner, but is more likely to be exchanged. So you don't have your bishop pair for the endgame a lot of times.
And the only downside here is that you can see that the pawn is on C6. And in order to attack that pawn structure on D4, E5, you really have to play C5. It's not a requirement, but it seems to be played so often. So it takes 2 moves to do it. And the French is played in 1 move. So there's pluses and minuses to both.
Now, knight c3 is played for white, and that is not a normal continuation in the advanced variation, as far as I am aware, because it blocks in the c pawn.
Yeah, and the c pawn really wants to be on c3 rather than the knight on c3, so they can create that pawn structure: b2, c3, d4, e5, And if it can hold that pawn structure, it's going to have an edge in space throughout the game. So knight c3, I'm not a Carol-Con player, so I don't know the variations, but I do think that as the pawn belongs on c3 rather than the knight.
Mhm.
In many
It's a little irregular to have it on c3.
Okay.
And where's it going to go? You know, the forward moves aren't very good there. So the advantage of having it in the third rank rather than the second rank really doesn't pan out. Black plays e6.
Very
So
normal.
they've got their wedge shape. Yeah, you see with the Caracan, and then knight f3, and then here comes c5 right away. And like James was saying, it takes 2 moves in the Caracan, but you have your light bishop out already.
And because the knight is on c3, you can't support it with c3, and maintaining a pawn on d4 or a piece on d4. These types of things are very critical because you want to keep that e5 pawn supported. That e5 pawn is advanced into enemy territory, and is the whole point of it is it gives you an edge in space. Now, if that e5 pawn falls, then you don't have a space advantage. So this is already a critical pawn structure clash. Can you maintain those pawns on d4 and e5?
So white plays another, and this would have been better than perhaps the knight c3 move to have been played earlier, because then the c pawn could go to c3 now. But white plays bishop d3, and now that's interesting because let's see. No, I was thinking about the possibility of pawn c4 here is black, but then bishop takes f5 leaves d5 advanced backward pawn. What do you think about this position, Jim?
Well, it's interesting because from black's point of view, my pawns are on white squares. So even though I've got my bishop on f5 developed outside of it, it's still not the best bishop. The bishop on f8 is the one that I really want to keep. So offering to trade it right away is kind of music to black's ears. Now, I don't want it to ruin my pawn structure, allow it to capture me on f5. So there's a couple of choices: either take on d3 or move it back to g6, which is often what's done in the London system. You move the bishop down f4 to g3.
Yeah.
So you don't trade, which helps white's development, but you do allow the trade of the bishop. But your pawn structure is not as crippled when you can recapture with h7 g6 as opposed to e6 f5. That would be taking a center pawn and moving it to the wing, which is not ideal. So either here I would play bishop takes bishop or bishop g6, or as I can see in the game, the intermezzo move, the in-between move, c takes d4.
Yeah, I like how you relayed ideas that would normally be in the London to what we're seeing here. The pawn structures are actually quite similar, with the bishop on f5 and the wedge shape of the black pawns. Hang on one second, Jim. I'm going to take care of some tournament stuff.
Of course, do what you have to do, and I'll talk a little bit more about this.
We are not. Okay. Took care of the tournament stuff.
And the other thing is black's knight on b8 is going to move to c6. Its natural position, because it wants to be able to attack d4 and e5. This is going to be the whole point of black's play from now on, is how to destroy that pawn structure. And if that pawn structure falls, then black's game is going to be freed up, and the spatial advantage will disappear. And all of black's problems have been solved if he can do that. And again, the knight on c3, unless it goes to e2 followed by c3, it's going to be very difficult to maintain that pawn structure. So, but this is why the knight on c3 is just a little bit questionable unless it can go to e2. Because what you don't want to do is have your knight on f3 go to d4, because then what's protecting e5? So it's a question of choice here, and what kind of position do you want to play? And I think that I like black's game right away compared to the normal Frenches that I had played most of my career. And it looks like an easier position for black to play than the
It does. It does. So black plays cx d4, which is attempting to create that weak pawn on e5. But I think you would have preferred to have played bishop g6 first, right, Jim?
Well, I think possibly so, but maintain the tension in the center a little longer. And get the knight to
c6. Yeah.
You know, another thing that we haven't talked about, and I'm not sure it's a good move at all, is knight to e7, which would protect the bishop. If bishop takes f5 and knight takes f5, would put pressure on d4. But if you play knight to e7, does it allow d4 takes c5?
Or even knight b5.
Or knight e5.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, so knight e7 looks suspect. Perhaps even
I've been punished by that, because occasionally I play openings that I don't normally play, and the reason the knight b5 sprung in my mind so quickly with the knight e7 is I have been punished by a surprise knight d6 threat in an advanced Caracan. At some point, I remember this happening to me.
Yes, and that's never pleasant.
No.
Okay, so
all right, so cx d4, knight takes d4.
All right, now I'm a little bit concerned because there's two pieces attacking on f5, and also there's a threat of bishop to b5 check, which ruins my plans of getting my knight to c6. So what do I do here? Do I take on d3? Because if bishop to g6, I think bishop to b5 check might be a little unpleasant for me. Well, let's see. Let's see what. Okay,
bishop g6. Yeah, bishop g6 is played. Let's see if white plays bishop b5 check. No, knight f3.
Okay, so now we've changed the characteristics of the game quite a bit. So white has moved that knight once to f3, once to d4 for 2 moves, and back to f3. So it's taken 3 moves to get to a square went to with 1 move. So that seems like a total waste of time to me, unless I got some other advantage like a pawn for it. But no, I didn't get anything for it. But I do have 3 pieces developed to only 1 for black, and I still do have that pawn on e5. So I have a spatial advantage and a little bit of an advantage in time, but black's position looks rock solid to me. It doesn't look like I have anything to shoot at even.
And where is black? Where should black be thinking of putting their knight and bishop on the king side?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's questionable where they belong right now. It's a very good point. Obviously, the knight on b8 belongs on c6, and the knight has retreated to f3. I think a little prematurely to guard the e5 square, because I thought the bishop to b5 check was the superior line, but because it takes knight c6 out of the equation, knight d7 would be forced. And it seems to me that the entire position is not clear for what is black supposed to do with the kingside pieces, as Chris pointed out. Now, one possibility is bishop to b5. You see this in a lot of Frenches, in the McCutcheon French, in the Winnower French, and bishop on f8 goes to b4, sorry, pinning the knight, threatening to cripple its pawn structure, and exposing the pawn on c3 to attack along the c file. And sometimes the queen on c7 can attack the pawn on c3 and the pawn on e5 to great effect. So some of these things suggest themselves, because once the bishop gets out, then knight e7 seems fine.
So we're thinking black's pieces. If Jim was in charge of them, he might go the bishop b4. He might get his knight on c6, of course, the queen on c7, in that getting a lot of scope in the c file, and then the g8 knight goes to e7, clearing the way to castle.
This is one of the things I loved about these types of positions, is because if you can get white to commit to a kingside attack before you've committed to castling your king on the king side, you can often, many times in the French, castle queenside. And then just play king to b8. And then you still have the penetration along the half-open c file square. I cannot tell you how many games I've won with that strategy. It's because black assumes you're going to castle kingside, but you don't have to.
Fascinating. Black plays f6, though.
Okay, now this is this is very interesting to me. I don't know. My first reaction is to say it was not prepared properly. But f6 is a typical strategy against the e5 pawn, because once you exchange it, then the entire character of the game changes once again. Without the d4, e5 pawns, white is going to have a different strategy. And what is that strategy? Is it good or is it bad? It's not obvious. But again, we're going to talk a little bit about pawn structure. If I take e takes f6, knight takes f6 as the normal response. Now, if I do that, how about bishop takes g6 check? Then you would have to capture h takes g6, and all of a sudden you've got doubled isolated pawns on the king side, and your pawn structure in the center, the e6, d5 pawns, are they strong or are they weak? But they, you've got 3 pawn islands, which means that the pawns on the queen side are separated from the pawns in the center, which are separated from the pawns on the king side. Whereas look at white's pawn structure. They're all abreast, but none of them have committed. And the lines have been open for the white pieces. So just from the point of view of pure pawn structure, this looks like a advantage to white.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when I saw f6.
I think it's a little premature. It's a good strategic idea, but it is not in this particular position, I would think.
So white doesn't take advantage of that right away. White plays bishop f4. So does not create the pawn islands.
Okay, as we always say, there's good moves and bad moves, good points and bad points to each move in chess, unless this checkmate. And the good things to say about bishop to f4 is it develops a piece off the back rank. It takes it from c1 to f4. It's better placed. It's pointing towards the center. So it's influencing the e5 square. Right now it's protecting that pawn on e5. That's a good thing. But is it the best? Like, what if you just took that pawn on f6?
Yeah, take the pawn, then the knight takes, and then the bishop takes on g6.
Right.
Of course, if you take the pawn, could black have taken back with their queen?
Yes, but then bishop to g5 is a little...
Yeah. Then develop with the threat, bishop g5. So yeah, I think f6 was a mistake, and white didn't take advantage of it. So black plays bishop c5.
Another interesting move. Hmm. Again, you could still play E takes f6 with the questionable recaptures for black. You know, g7 pawn takes f6 is possible, which would give you a strong pawn center. But then where do you put your king? It's not so clear. You know, and I'd just say it gets very messy. Bishop c5 is an interesting move to me, but I'm not clear what's it going to do. Can I just castle now without a care in the world? Threatening knight to a4, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe knight to b5, knight to d4, c3. It seems like white has the easy game here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
EXF6 is what white played, so they didn't take the easy path.
well, I would have played that the move before, because why play the bishop to f4 and then play it? Because now queen takes and I play bishop to g5. That's just why play the bishop on c1 to g5 in 2 moves when you could have done it in 1.
Yeah. But black takes back with their knight.
Well, I think that's a little questionable.
And now I think the opportunities there for white to take exchange bishops and create those 3-pawn islands. Let's see. Bishop takes b8.
Yeah, I think I see the point of that. I just don't agree with it. He's trying to remove the knight so the knight can't get to c6 or d7. But that bishop on f4 was well placed.
It was a working piece, and it's exchanging itself for a sleeping piece.
Exactly.
Yeah. So then rook takes, and then okay. So he wanted to come in with the bishop b5 check.
Yes.
But the knight can go to d7. So knight f6 can go to, and that's what's played.
And you haven't ruined black's pawn structure on the king side at all. So now castling is perfectly acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Not only acceptable, you know. Oh, I see. That's a tough. I get it.
Knight
now.
e5.
I take back everything I said.
Yeah.
Okay, knight to d7 was not playable.
Yep.
So king to f8 might have had.
Wow. So this bishop takes b8 was a tactic. It was a start to a tactic.
Right.
It's a combination, because then rook takes.
Yes.
And
So
then bishop b5, and the king should move.
So maybe the king should move to e7.
Yeah.
Because then you're threatening maybe queen b6, rook over, and castling by hand.
And it looks like knight d7 was playable, but then knight e5 comes in, and the pin knights attack twice.
That's lost. Yeah, the game's lost now.
So black realizes they're going to lose the knight, so might as well get themselves castled, and they are threatening f2 twice now.
That's a good point.
Okay,
Gosh,
so knight takes d7. And now you have this bishop takes f2 check move that is not played. Pawn to a6.
What? Wait a minute.
Trying to remove the guard from the knight on d7. But the knight on d7 can...
Oh, this is getting interesting. But why not play bishop takes pawn check? But bishop takes f2 check.
And right now as white, do you play knight takes f8?
Well, then queen takes f8, and you're threatening mate.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do the count, you would still end up materially a big advantage to white. So I'm kind of curious here.
Yeah, removing the guard was not the most forcing, but
No,
it's very, bishop takes f2 is more forcing and likely better, but a6 is
I-
complicated.
well, it is complicated, and it does. I think it's fair to say that I would have to do some more calculations to see which variation is to be preferred. But it's in this variation in after a6, it seems that white will come out and exchange ahead,
Mm-hmm.
and that's obviously material advantage without really any compensating features for black that I can see.
So knight takes f8 is played,
Yes.
as I was thinking, because it momentarily gets rid of one piece that was threatening f2, and then we're thinking the queen should take, and then white probably castles, and then you take their bishop. But a6 takes b5.
Okay. And what about knight takes g6? Oh,
Yeah, but knight took e6.
that I don't like as much.
No. Although it wins a pawn and forks the queen and dark bishop. But I suppose if black's down material, maybe bishop takes f2 and then queen f6. No, not quite enough.
Well, that's actually, now I take it back, because the deeper I look into this,
Queen goes to d6. So now,
that's not my preferred square for it, but
yeah, now white can take the bishop on c5.
yeah, that's the bishop you want to get rid of.
Yep, there goes one of the big threats.
I just a rook down. No, I don't like this. What I would have done instead was bishop takes f2 check. You want to go into this variation. No, that doesn't quite work either.
Yeah, bishop takes f2, king takes f2, and then
Well, then you can get the
queen
piece
f6.
back,
Yeah, you can get the piece back. The king's exposed.
and the king's exposed. But is this enough? I don't think so.
I don't think it's quite enough,
No,
but it might be black's best chance down the material.
it's hard to
Maybe,
say.
yeah.
It's interesting to me that I think the mistake was taking on b5.
Mm-hmm.
I think you had to play queen takes f8. If we can back up just a couple moves.
Sure.
Yeah. So now black played pawn takes b5. And queen takes f8, threatens f2. And you castle. Then I take the bishop on b5.
Uh-huh.
And then I have some more material compensation for. I'm not as dead lost as I would be in the other variation.
Yeah.
So it's a preferred way of going about it. You get, but you're still down in exchange and maybe a pawn. So it's probably a lost game. But you lose
that combination of the bishop taking on b8, I've seen that before, that motif, and then I've missed it before, and I missed it again when doing the spot analysis on here of the knight e5 move. So castle and very nice trading pieces when you're ahead. Take and taking more.
That is clearly a rook up. It's
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just walked into another one. Yeah,
Another fork. Yeah. Now we'll just take a look at white's technique here. Trying to trade pieces. Yeah, and trades the pieces. And not so much left for black. If you're black, you wanna try and get rid of those pawns at least, so you have some chance at a stalemate, and he does. And very nice, very nice. A good technique, Kathir,
Yeah.
and very interesting game. I liked it, and thank you so much, Naman. That was and it was interesting that you realized, hey, I'm down the knight, I'm going to castle. There was a chance to get a little bit more counterplay though, and not exchange as many pieces that we talked about. All right, let's go to the.
A very competitive game. That
That
yeah.
was fun. That was fun. No, I want to go to the rounds in 2 to 5. Go to round 3. Yeah, those King E7 ideas you were throwing out as black looked quite exciting. And certainly, if you're a Caracan player, it's not generally the kind of chess that you were looking to play, but it was an interesting possibility. All right, let's see. Who haven't I looked at in the lower grades? Let's see. Let's see. Let's look at Samira versus Atharva. We haven't looked at a game here yet.
Okay. It's a lot of fun, and you get positions that I'm unfamiliar with, and pieces in different types of positions that I'm familiar with, and it's sometimes very hard for me to calculate what's going on.
Well, it's very good. It's very good mental exercise. For sure, I'm enjoying it, and it's really nice that these kids participating today are raising awareness for the Eade Foundation, and then they're in return getting analysis of their chess, a lesson on their chess games by FIDE master James Eade himself. I mean, what a nice opportunity in both directions. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, Italian. And this is our first Italian of the day, and we're looking at a Scholastic chess tournament.
One of the oldest openings.
I know, it's usually quite prominent. And knight F6, and it's our first fried liver style attack of the day. Oh boy, knight G5. So this is going to be fun. Samira versus Atharva.
This reminds me of George Koltanowski. George Koltanowski was one of the real great promoters of chess, and he was at the time he had set the world blindfold record, the simultaneous games played with outside of the board, and he was always a big fan of these types of openings, and he really liked anything that was kind of swashbuckling. That was the thing that he loved to play. These types of games, even if they were not technically as sound as some other openings, he was a big promoter of them. And many chess players.
I think it was about 15 years ago now that I'm not going to mention the person's name, but they were mentioning that the fried liver is a kid's opening or something, right? Putting it down, and after their student lost to it, of course, and then it was like a week later, Hikaru Nakamura needed he was in a must-win situation at the U.S. Championship, and he started with the fried liver attack and won.
My goodness!
So it was just perfect. It was perfect timing. So D5 is played, and that's you can't block the knight, so you block the bishop.
Yep.
So in the fried liver attack, just because maybe some people don't know, and we shouldn't take any of this for granted. You're targeting the belly button kind of in a sophomoric way. You're just you've developed two pieces and you're attacking it right off the bat, and you're moving the same piece twice in the opening. So you get to kind of break these opening rules, move the same piece twice in
Right.
the opening, and it's
Really
okay.
At the
Yeah.
start of the game, the weakest square on both sides is the F2 or F7 square because it's only protected by the king.
Hmm. All
So
the
this
other squares attached to the king are defended more times.
and
Um,
this is the most direct way of going after that weakest square. So there's logic behind it.
yeah. So you can't block the knight, so you block the bishop, and then white doesn't want to trade their bishop
Oh,
because then what was the purpose of moving the knight twice?
right.
And here is the, normally you see like the Polario, which is knight a5. It's a nice way to sidestep, this, because you leave the pawn in front of the dangerous bishop.
Yes.
But black plays right into it here. And sometimes I'll do this, just against my students to just see what they're capable of, rather than use the Polario. But I think knight takes d5 is generally frowned upon here.
I would think you're playing into the white's hands.
So generally white takes by sacking their knight on f7 anyways. And here they do not.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with 6d3 here at all.
No, it
That's
seems like a quiet move when you need sharp moves.
yeah. So normally what happens is you take on f7 with your knight, which is forking the queen and rook. So the king has to take back, but then your new target square becomes d5, a very advanced knight, and it's easy to pick on because it's way up there and it's pinned. But d3 is played.
Hmm.
And then f6
Oh my goodness.
is a way to tell the knight to go away, but also just very, very dangerous, given the bishop on c4 and the queen. Yeah, this could get dangerous. Knight goes back to f3.
Hmm.
And then bishop g4. Interesting stuff.
Well,
White,
I'm just throwing H3 and just, on
yeah,
general principles.
yeah. Put the question to the bishop and hope that the bishop takes your knight, and you can get your queen to f3. Why not? Castle.
Now,
And again, yeah, these are our younger players, so they're learning.
yeah. So reasonable moves. All of these
Yeah.
moves are reasonable, have some logic behind them. But
And
isn't knight d4 a threat here?
Isn't knight to d4, you said?
Yeah, black playing knight to d4 looks like it's
And that's exactly what black did.
yeah.
So you get this, Samira, when somebody's pinning your knight to your queen, if their queen's knight can come forward and put more pressure on that pin, that's going to force your king to be exposed, because then there'll be two attackers on that knight. So
You often throw in the h3.
Yeah.
In case that pin gets intolerable, you can play g4 and break it.
Yeah.
But,
and that's why you were suggesting h3 a moment ago, and then knight to d2.
Okay, that's
defending it again. Okay, so there's 3 defenders for white, 2 attackers on the pin, and then bishop c5. Developing another piece. So black has 4. Yes, Megan?
We have a question with the game. Avi says that in his game with Mila, they were supposed to do a automatic 3-move repetition, which is true. I did set that.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that they had a repetition of 6 moves, but Tornello did not call a draw, and he offered a draw, but the opponent refused.
Okay, I will. I'll take a look at that. My instincts tell me, in order for a 3-fold repetition, to occur, the entire position has to repeat itself 3 times. And if anything had changed in the position, then it's not going to.
You want to take a look at that, Chris, and we'll take a little break from this? And
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and run some ads. We'll get right back to this. And then, that's educational too. I can come back and talk about the 3-fold repetition rule.
I'm really curious. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Okay.
All right. See you in a bit.
Uh-huh. There we go. Print tab. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children, regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you got to check out our wood sets and boards. Right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
And then you go, yep.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today.
Oh, okay.
I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation is started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. we're back, Megan?
Looks like you're back, yeah?
Super, thank you.
You're just on the wrong tab.
Yeah, usually. Story of my life on the wrong tab. All right. Indeed, it was a threefold repetition, and the player correctly claimed it, so the result has been changed to a draw. So
Okay.
good job to the players for knowing the rules. And let me get back to the board we were on, and let me switch up.
And as you were saying, the threefold repetition is the position has to be repeated. The identical position has to be repeated 3 times. And if it's repeated 3 times, then if you claim a draw, the tournament arbiter, tournament director will grant you the draw. Even if your opponent wants to play on, it's too late at that point. You've reproduced the position 3 times.
Yep.
Your chance to continue to play.
You know, I've always taken a little bit of umbrage with the phrasing and then the name, the threefold repetition, because it's actually the position repeating twice, because it was in an initial position once, and it's actually repeating 2 more times. But yeah, it is if the same position occurs 3 times during the game,
or correctly stated.
Yeah, and
it
doesn't have to be in sequence. It doesn't have to be one after another for, it can be any time during the game. And occasionally, most of the time it does happen in order, but occasionally it can be even separated by a number of moves. And those are the fun ones for tournament directors.
Yes.
Because then you have to go back through the notation sheet and usually pull up another board to go 15 moves back to see the first time it occurred.
And that's one of the things that online chess, you know, scrolling back through games is much easier than doing it off of a score sheet.
Yeah. That is true. Let's see. I'm going to go back to our... Here we go. Let's see what game we were at. And there it is. We were looking at an Italian game, a 2 knights defense that, let me adjust my hat real fast, make sure things are comfortable, that went a different direction than what we're used to seeing, but is interesting, and the moves are making good sense. Black has 4 pieces developed. White has 3. And white develops the rook to e1.
And I was going to point out that bishop on c1 doesn't have any immediate prospects. So white's going to have a little job completing its development, a little bit more difficulty than black does.
Mm-hmm.
But that pawn to h3 that we're talking about, that would have been a very useful move, I think.
I think so. So, well, this might help. This might help white finish developing.
It does.
Because, yeah, it allows a little bit of untangling there.
Yeah, don't help your opponent develop. That's one of the key tips in playing a game of chess well, is that don't make things easier for your opponent. It's just not in your best interest to help them ease their development. Like this knight takes a knight away from d4, where it's really a strong piece. Moves the knight from d2 to f3, which really improves its position and opens the line for the bishop on c1 to move.
And now magically both sides have 3 pieces developed.
Yeah.
A moment ago, black had an extra piece developed. All right, then bishop b4, threatening the rook, but I think c3 can be played. Let's see. Well, that's interesting. Rook to e4. There is a potential tactic here. But let's see. There's a couple potential tactics here. I'm doing some quick calculations. What do you think, Jim? Does this work?
Well, yeah, I
Games
think
don't
it's
automatically draw after 50 moves, right?
Games do not automatically draw after 50 moves. Here's another good question. There has to be 50 moves played without a pawn move or capture for it to be a draw. 50 moves without a capture or a pawn move. It's another kind of draw. Not 50 moves total. Lots of games go over 50 moves total. So we were trying to figure out if this is a good move.
what I was thinking was that if you played c3 instead of rook to e4,
Mm-hmm.
Black might have thought of knight takes c3.
Yes. And then pawn takes, and then bishop takes, forking the two rooks.
And I'm not sure that who's better in that position. But it's another way the game could have gone.
Rook e4 is a really interesting move.
Yes, because one of the threats is bishop takes knight on d5, queen takes, and rook takes bishop on b4. But rook is also attacking the bishop on g4 immediately.
This is a very unusual fork tactic here.
Yes, and it's going to be, is it a double attack? Right now it's a single attack. Can it be a double attack, or can it be an overload of the pieces? Can you remove the defender? So there are a lot of different tactical themes in the air. And right now I'm thinking, is the best move for white to play bishop to f5?
Black does play bishop f5.
But then bishop takes knight is still
a
serious problem.
Yep. Because if queen takes, then rook takes b4.
So bishop takes rook would be forced, but then you're giving up two pieces for a rook. And in those cases, you almost always
How long do people have to not show up before it's
prefer
declared
the pieces.
lost?
Almost always.
That's a good question. But there's only, the person only has 15 minutes. If they don't show up, they'll be forfeited. So, I mean, that's another reason why the 15 and 10 is a good time control. Because if they do, if people show up and play, they have time. And if somebody for some reason doesn't get to their board, then their opponent isn't just sitting there waiting for very long either.
On this board, we're running out of time for black.
You're right. My goodness, I wasn't looking at the clocks. How is black playing without any time? Their clock must not be accurate in this game. For some reason, the
yes,
well, it says black lost on time. It does. It does say
Oh.
black lost on time. But when did they lose on? Hang on. Let me. You know what? Maybe when I left and came back, let's go to the. In the other games, it had been showing the actual clock, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and for some reason here.
Do you want to refresh? Maybe if you refresh the game.
I think it's okay. I think we'll just focus on the moves.
Okay, because the clocks are
not moving with the
not
moves.
moving.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
But it's this position right here. I just find fascinating. I cannot remember a rook directly and indirectly with a fork threat like this of two bishops on the fourth rank. I've seen a lot of chess positions, but I've never seen this. I'm pretty sure this is a fresh kind of tactic here.
Yeah, rook e2 is a mistake.
Yep.
Bishop takes. Ooh, what? Oh, yeah. See, this is good for understanding that 2 pieces are stronger than a rook. So
Mhm.
this tactic is being played by black to win the rook for 2 pieces, but in fact, you're losing material. And this is an important point to make clear. Like, I am now going to play knight c3 if I'm black and take on e2, but I'm
Mhm.
giving up 2 pieces for the rook. Now each piece is worth roughly 3, maybe a little more than 3, and the rook
Mhm.
is generally given a unit of force worth 5. So you're giving 6, 6 1/4 for 5. That's not a good trade.
Yeah. But one thing's for sure is these players are better tactically to even come up with some of these ideas
Oh, that's a good point.
than their opening moves would have suggested. Um, based on their experience. So this is a really fascinating game because these players are gifted at coming up with moves that make sense,
Very
but
well said.
their knowledge and their experience aren't quite there yet.
That's
Um,
very well said. I agree.
so Queen D2, and then yep, and then there. See, all these these were terrifically interesting um, combinations and tactics that we just saw, and like you said, we're just missing a couple. About the 2 pieces versus the rook. Some that you learn oftentimes with experience.
Exactly.
Queen to D6.
So black is now discouraging the bishop on c1 from developing along the c1 to h6 diagonal, because then
Mm-hmm.
that pawn on a3 would be hanging. So that was you want to develop the queen, yes, but also with purpose. So it's
Yep.
tying that bishop down to c1. Maybe it can go to b2, but it's saying if you want to move it, I'll take that pawn.
I would think it's probably going to go to B2. Let's see what happens. Knight H4 though, threatening the
Ooh,
bishop on F5, which also could end up being dangerous with this Queen H5 check because
exactly.
the F pawn's already moved. You've already got a bishop on C4, and if the knight is threatening G6, you just are missing the queen. Let's see. Bishop goes to G6.
Almost forced.
Mm-hmm. I think all other moves, Queen H5 check is coming, and you're in some trouble. Knight takes G6, HX G6, and now White's got to be a little careful about E4 being played, and the queen and rook combining on H2, but the white queen's in the E file.
Good point.
H3.
Takes away that threat.
Mm-hmm.
Now this must have either been mistake or was calculated and said it's okay, because Queen G4 check now will pick up that pawn on G6. No, maybe no, I was wrong, because F5 would have
Yep.
protected.
Yep.
Yep.
So then queen comes up to E4.
Which also allows F5.
Mm-hmm. And F5 is played. And so where should the queen go? Back to E1 is what is chosen. That bishop on C1 still hasn't gotten into the game, and neither has the rook on A1.
So I want to play Queen D4 now. But okay, so now that's also a good move.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if bishop B2 is played. Yep, bishop B2. So the rook can finally get moved, and now D4, the possibility of that's taken away.
Oh, missed opportunity there. See, that there was a new threat by bishop b2 because the e pawn is now hanging.
Mm-hmm.
A rook had to defend it.
Yes.
So this misses the threat.
So now queen takes E5 is what we would expect.
Either way, but
Or bishop. Yeah, or bishop.
it's now looking worse and worse for black. The two bishops now, the position has changed so that the two bishops are now far superior to a rook.
And this is exactly what I was talking about in Scholastic chess. The the level of intrigue and the momentum changes, and
Yes.
Scholastic chess is just a fan favorite for me. I enjoy watching. I mean, kids battle it out, and you just there's so many twists and turns.
Queen c3 instead of that move. Queen c3 was very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
If white had played queen c3, the
Oh
first
man,
bishop
yeah,
to e6 check
yep.
is in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And also, of course, bishop takes g7 is possible. So queen c3 looks like a decisive move.
And that gives black time to play g4.
Okay, but now queen e6 check kind of robs. Oh, well,
Bishop e6.
that should work as well.
Yeah, the bishop can come back and take the pawn. And does. Rook threatens the queen. Queen steps out of the way. Again, that rook on a1 has not gotten into the game. Probably wants to go to b1. Rook goes to c8. But f3 is very guarded right now.
Yes, f3 does not look, and queen f3 takes away that possibility.
Uh-huh.
And also, it's hitting the b7 square, which
Yeah.
looks like no big deal, but after rook b1, it can become something to worry about.
Okay, so queen goes to a6.
Again, hoping. Oof,
And then bishop takes g7 for.
ouch.
Yeah. Threatening back rank mate. Creating the Luft. See, these players are playing really, really good chess by and large.
Ooh,
I'm quite impressed. Samira and Atharva. So
yeah, there's some serious threat making going on here.
So rook to a1.
Oh, so very black quickly lost time now. a6. Rook a1, queen b2. Oh, no, black is
And
still.
that's where black lost on time.
Okay.
But white was winning on the board anyways. So
Yeah, white was clearly a piece.
yeah. This was a good game.
Yes.
Really well played, considering the players' ratings. And these two players, I can tell, have been doing a lot of tactical training.
Yes, I agree.
You see more than just hints of deep understanding and calculation ability.
Because
There
the
were a
threats
few.
were not
Yeah.
just one movers. The threats were deeper than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very nice. Both of you players, Samira and Atharva, I expect to see some big increases in your ratings in the near future based on what I saw there.
Yeah, you both should be encouraged because win or lose, you played an interesting game. And that's what makes chess such an enjoyable game, because even when you lose, if the game is enjoyable, then it was well worth your time and effort.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the standings.
Okay.
So Neela has finished with 4.5 out of 5 in first place.
Wow.
So I believe Neela is just the first place winner. Then Upili had 4 out of 5. Very nice. Adreeth, you know what? Let me look at the games real fast to see before Well, actually, let me look at their rounds, not the games. Let's see. We still have a couple games going in the final round. 2 games going, but Neela is indeed guaranteed first place. So
Congratulations.
Their standards.
oh yeah, thank you, Megan. Megan brings up an excellent point, and that is, let me stop sharing and get us back to, there we go. We're both on screen. The fair play standards. So the next thing I have to do in my spare time this week is go through and do the fair play checks on all the games, and then I will get flags, and the computer system overflags things in these fair play checks, and then I go through and look at the reasonableness of each flag, and look at the camera, because everybody's on the Zoom, and then if it's not clear to me at that point, then I'm going to go through and look at the centupon losses during the games versus the average centupon losses of the players, and do deeper dives into the stuff. But Megan brings up a good point in that these are preliminary results at this point. I haven't done the deep fair play checks yet. So at this point, I haven't seen anything super suspicious, and we haven't had any complaints. But on the other hand, I do my due diligence.
Yes,
So it's
your work
preliminary
is
stuff.
never done.
Yeah, it's preliminary stuff. I want to make sure that these are good learning experiences, and everybody is playing fair. It's very important.
And we're confident that they are, but you have to check.
Absolutely.
To be fair to everybody, they must know that you're going to check.
Yep.
Yeah.
So these are preliminary results that we will be announcing as this round finishes. All right. So now that I've given that little disclaimer, thank you, Megan. Share screen. Go back to my round, and here we are. Let's see. We were looking at the standings, the preliminary standings, and preliminarily, Neela has won with 4.5, and that is a very good score out of 5 for sure. But I wanna thank everybody for participating, and know that even if I didn't get to your game during the broadcast, you can send me an email, and we can chat about any of your games. I'll be happy to help you learn any of the players who are participating. If you lost more games than you wanted to and are unclear why, I'm happy to help. Let's see. Let's look at the 6 to 8 section, and let us look at our standings there. And right now, Phuc Wong has 4 out of 5, and Johannes Chow has 3. Let's see what the game's situation looks like.
So he could be caught, but only tied.
And Phuc is still, most of our games are still going in this round.
Okay, so we can't.
Okay, so yeah, so that is very preliminary, because round 5 is still far from over. But let's go look at some round 4 action from this section, and I'm going to pick a player who we haven't looked at yet. Hopefully 2. We have not looked at Amani Kumamato versus Charuhas Kengragula. So we'll look at that.
Okay.
And You can see the board in our broadcast, Jim?
Yes, I can.
Good. So I did that right. All right, let's take a look. So we've got Amon or Amani with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. Boy, we opened the Italian floodgates. We didn't see any, and now we're seeing a lot. Let's see if we get bishop c5 or knight f6. Knight f6 is played, 2 knights defense. And then knight c3. So we're getting this Italian 4 knights again with the possibility of a fork trick. Let's see. Knight takes e4. Oh, good. We get to see some fork trick action. Good job, Cheruas, for knowing your stuff.
Yeah.
Knight takes e4 and then pawn d5. So when all is said and done, black's going to have a center pawn. Bishop takes, queen takes, knight goes back to c3, threatening the queen. Black has a center pawn. Both sides have 2 pieces developed, but black's queen needs to move. Where do you think it should go to, Jim?
Well, the first thing that I was thinking of is queen a5, because it defends the center along the 5th rank, rather than the d file.
And it's hard to attack out there on a5.
And it is difficult to attack it.
And it's on the same diagonal as white's king for the moment, so
Yeah.
seems like a good option. Oh, but black moves their queen all the way back home, which is a very safe option.
Yeah.
But undevelops the piece. So black has a pawn in the center, 1 piece developed, and white has 2 pieces developed. d3, opening the doorway for the bishop. And
I would have castled right away, I think, but that's okay. d3 is certainly a playable and decent move. No, nothing to say against it.
Sure. And then bishop d6, defending the center pawn.
It does defend the center pawn, but it wasn't necessary to defend the center pawn.
Not yet. Yeah.
And I often like a bishop to e7 kind of thinking here, closing the e file as long as my king's on it. Because the missing white squared bishop for white, I don't fear any direct attack now. But I don't want to. Well, you know, the reorganization of bishop d6 and queen e7, that's pretty safe too. I think you have a lot of choices here that are very playable.
The bishop d6, I tend to like your idea of bishop e7 better, because bishop d6, you would like to be able to release. You can't release the energy by playing pawn to e4 because white's already played d3. So that bishop is just kind of playing the role of a pawn in the chain. And
that's what I didn't like about it, because again, with pieces strength, its power is tied to its mobility, and if you put it on d6, it can't go back to c7 pawns in the way, it can't go forward, e5 pawns in the way.
If you could move e5 forward, then it's different. But being that d3 has already been played, bishop d6 makes the bishop play the role of a pawn, and you don't want to do that. White castles, and black plays bishop g4.
Right.
So we might get to see this idea of knight d4 again, as we've seen in a couple other games. I'm sure black's thinking about it right now. So maybe white wants to play h3.
Always ask yourself is there any reason not to play h3? Ask yourself that question. Otherwise, play it. Because is the bishop going to give itself up for that knight? Probably not.
Yeah. Well, white does not play h3. They play rook e1. So black could play knight d4 right now.
Right.
And they do. So again, we see this theme. And this is very common in Scholastic chess. When I'm analyzing games at tournaments, as Jim and I were doing at state championships, I saw this all day long, where the knight on f3 is pinned, and then you bring a knight to d4, or the knight on f6 is pinned, and you bring a knight to d5.
Yes.
So learn this idea. What the advantage of doing this is then you have two attackers, and even though white has two defenders, it forces white to take back with their G pawn, exposing the king. And that's oftentimes
Crippling white's
yeah.
pawn structure around the king. It is a recipe for disaster. It doesn't mean it's going to be a disaster. It just means that the chances of it befalling you are increased. So
h3 is played, but see, a step too late.
a move too late. Yes.
Yeah. And now knight takes f3 would be the way to go about this because it is a check. But bishop takes f3 was played.
Yeah, knight takes f3 probably wins a pawn, but that's okay. That's okay.
This still creates that weakness.
This is really still hard.
I really like winning that pawn on h3 at the bishop, though, if you do it the other way, because then your bishop is crossing right in front of white's king.
I know.
And you'll find you'll win a lot of games by doing that, Cheruas. So I like that you saw the fork trick, but a bishop on h3 in these kinds of positions tends to be better for your attack than a knight on d4.
I would. That's
Queen
a
d7.
nice move.
That's very nice.
I would have played queen h4.
Ooh,
with the same idea.
Same idea, but it brings the queen. The queen has more scope there. It's on an open rank as well,
and it has the fear factor of bringing the queen close to the exposed king.
Yep.
And especially in rapid chess, you want your opponent to think about what you're going to be doing next, and to be worried. And then they might take a couple of extra minutes double checking their calculations, make sure they're accurate. And so, but this idea of attacking the h3 pawn is a sound one, because if the king moves to h2, all of a sudden you can move maybe e4, e5 check. First you would want to castle and get your king out of the way, but that's in the air. So then that means that you have to play king to g2. So your options are getting less and less. And it's tough to defend this type of position, which is why we recommend an early h3 so that you don't get into this position.
Yeah, once your pawn shield has been disrupted like this,
yes,
it is a recipe for disaster. There are just too many different lethal attacks. King g2 defending, castle queen side.
Very good.
Rook to h1, adding extra defense to h3. So maybe the king doesn't have to sit there all day and defend it. Knight goes to f5. Now that knight is in checking distance from the king. Is knight h4 a good idea? Could be. That looks a little dangerous, actually. And
yeah. And another idea is to get one of the rooks in the game, which you can do by rook lift, rook e8 to e6 to g6, or h5, rook h6, rook g6. So there's a couple of different ways you can go about this. That accomplishes the same thing. It gets the rook into the attack on the king. So then you got a king being attacked by a rook, a bishop, a knight, or maybe a queen, and it can get very bad very quickly. So I like the knight on d4. I wouldn't have moved it, and I would have
gone to add more force.
I would have gone to add more force into the
rather than rearranging, rather than maneuvering. Okay, so king f1.
Okay.
Let's see if black gets their rooks involved in the attack. h6 is played.
That's what we call a prophylactic move. He doesn't want to allow bishop to g5, but I don't think bishop to g5 was a threat. So
there's a knight going to the opponent's side of the board with no support. Let's see what black does about that. G5 is played. Does G5 help in the attack?
I would have, again, thought that activating one of my rooks and lifting it into the action would have been a better strategy. But
Well,
just-
now there's pawns in the way on those files.
Exactly.
Yeah. So even if you got a rook to G6, see, it's the pawn is blocking your rook versus if the pawn's back on
Absolutely right.
G7, it makes a huge difference. All right, so knight jumps in and attacks the queen. Queen moves and threatens the knight. Knight goes back, and that's a decent square for that knight to be.
Yeah, so I would think about kicking it off, like knight to H4 and F5.
Uh-huh. There's knight H4.
Yep.
C3 is played. I don't think C3 really helps that much.
It's trying to develop the queen, but what it does do is take away the defense of the D3 pawn, which is on a half open file with the rook already there. So I'm not sure, because the queen really can't leave that F3 pawn undefended, I don't think. So C3 is a little suspect in my mind.
There's F5. So very good, Charuhas. You the last two moves you've played are the ideal plan that Jim was saying he would do. So very good. The knight H4 and the F5 to get rid of that, get that knight off there. And then is that just a free knight? I think it is. Yep, bishop takes.
That was a calculation error, an oversight, really. And that happens, and it's unfortunate, but it does happen. So don't kick yourself too hard.
Yep. And again, the more experience, the more practice you have, then it happens less and less.
Correct.
But we've seen this happen at all levels. And if you ever feel bad about blundering a piece, shoot me an email. I can show you. You name your world champion, I can show you them blundering pieces. All right. Bishop to B6. A6, creating the so it doesn't get trapped. Rook comes up to defend F2.
It's all logical, except it's
Uh-oh. Yeah. See, now this move makes a lot of sense, but you have to analyze the checks, captures, and threats, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. These are the moves that I tend to avoid when I'm playing, just online chess. But then when my opponent does something like this, sometimes I don't take it because I assume they aren't giving me something. I take their word for it. But yeah, that was a free rook.
That's why you've got to learn to have confidence in your own analysis, your own ability to analyze and say, no, that was a mistake. I'll take advantage of the mistake.
And now there's a threat of checkmate on F2. Let's see. Okay, that stops that threat for a moment. But
yeah, but I would have preferred bishop to E3 here.
Yep, because see, this is opening another problem. Now you got this pawn is pinned to the checkmate and to the queen. Wow.
So that's a sit and duck.
Yeah. Dangerous stuff. Okay, defending F2. And there comes the knight attacking the defender. So we're expecting rook G2 or queen takes F3.
I think that was a mistake. No.
I think it was. Yeah, queen takes F3. There's another piece. Queen says check. King steps up. And then there's the bishop. So a lot of pieces being exchanged in the less than ideal way. Check.
Okay. Yeah, still black has got an overwhelming material support superiority here.
Yeah.
And just the rook to f8, yeah, it's just ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Very nice checkmate to finish it.
Yes.
Very nice checkmate. Both you guys, again, I'm impressed. That was a fun game to look at. Aman or Amin or Amani, you want to work on your tactics a little bit more, do a lot more puzzles, and
And these are
if
easily corrected mistakes, because you
yeah.
just hung the knight on c5 for no reason, and you hung the rook on a2 for no reason. And, they weren't forced. They were just oversights on your part. These are very correctable types of mistakes.
So you want to go look at this video called shoot, I'm trying to think of what it's called. Chess thought. What was it? I did a video on the checks, captures, threats method, and how you when you have a candidate move, you can picture it in your head, and then you can look at all the checks, captures, and threats available to your opponent, and make sure you don't make these kinds of mistakes. And at first, it takes a little bit of time to do this,
Yes.
but soon you'll be an expert at spotting checks, captures, and threats, and you won't make those mistakes anymore.
Yes.
But it's all about looking at the checks, captures, and threats and realizing that your move that you're thinking of is a candidate move. It's not a required move. You can picture it in your mind and then double check. Look at the checks, captures, and threats. Let's see how our games are going.
But do not be discouraged, because these are all correctable. Just apply a little bit of homework, do some little bit of study, some repetition about tactics, and pretty soon you'll spot those without even thinking about them.
Yeah.
You won't make those types of mistakes.
So it looks like all the games have finished. So
Yep.
I can give us our preliminary. So Fua Kwong got 4.5 out of 5. And so that is good for a preliminary first place. And he has played, I believe, in all of the tournaments thus far. So this is his fourth Eade Foundation tournament that he's played in, I believe. And so it's nice to see somebody who's played in so many events getting better and getting to the top. And then Johannes Chow, we saw a very competitive game between Fook and Johannes.
And
That was
you
one of the
notice that
games
he
we looked
won
at.
all of his other games.
He
So
won
that was
all of his other games, yeah. So very strong performance.
very
4 points, preliminary second, and then Charu Haas, we just finished with 3.5. We just looked at that game. You finished with 3.5. And then a nice group of players who got the 3 points there. And yeah, everybody who played, hopefully everybody learns and first of all, enjoyed the experience. Know you're helping the Eade Foundation's cause by raising awareness. Remember to subscribe to the Eade Foundation's channels, specifically on YouTube. And also remember, if we didn't get to analyze your games, you can send me an email, and we'll do a little session together. Because I want everybody who plays to know, even if you lost more than you won, then those are learning opportunities.
absolutely.
And because they're played online, it's wonderful because we have the complete game score. Sometimes, in-person tournaments with young players, they make notation mistakes that we can't figure out, or maybe they didn't notate at all, which is unfortunate. And yeah, we want to use your games to help your losses to help you learn, so you don't repeat mistakes.
Chris, that's such invaluable advice. I learned so much from studying my losses. It could be a little painful because you don't want to look at your losses. You want to play over your wins or you're
Hmm.
happy. But learning from your mistakes is how you get better. And so when I was disciplined enough to sit down and study why I lost games, I saw patterns, and those patterns I corrected so I could eliminate the things that were causing me holding me back. And once
Yep.
I was freed of those typical mistakes that I had been making, my rating would shoot up. So
And
this
so
really
some
makes
mistakes are very apparent. They're very obvious, and they're, there's a blunder of a piece or something. And then there's those subtle mistakes. And especially, sitting down with somebody who's more experienced, who can say, you didn't want to play knight c3 there because then you can't support your pawn on d4. And it makes the position difficult. It would have been better to play bishop d3 in the advanced Caracan, or whatever the case may be,
and
is really helpful.
what we saw a couple times, at least in this tournament, were people pinning the knights to the queens with their bishops, and
Hmm.
how it's really very useful to attack that bishop with a pawn, like and say, do you really want to trade your bishop for my knight, or are you going to retreat? Because that extra pawn move can come in handy, and if it retreats, then it doesn't cost you any time to play it. So you improve your position slightly. But if the pin on that knight becomes intolerable, you can usually break it with another pawn move. And that can save your game from a loss of a piece, which we saw, or a crippling of your pawn structure around your king, which we also saw today. So
Yeah.
these are things you want to avoid, and you learn from. You don't want to take with your G pawn, capture on F pawn, and double your F pawns, and leave your king with all sorts of weak squares around it. It's just not a good plan. So H3 or H6 if you're black, these can be very useful moves.
In
And
general, I'm just very impressed with the level of chess we saw today.
lots of
Um,
tactical flares.
Yep. Neela Manoj got his preliminary first place in the younger section with 4.5 out of 5. Very nice performance.
Very nice.
Upili Sriram, second place preliminary with 4. And Avik Saha, third place, preliminary third place with 3.5. And I will be going through just to remind everybody, if I think hopefully everything was fair and honest. But I'm going to be spending a fair amount of hours researching and making sure that was the case. And so all these results right now are preliminary. And as soon as I feel confident, this may take me a week, but as soon as I feel confident, in 100% confident that everything was fair, then I'll go ahead and make the official announcements as to the results and start the award process. But right now, this is all preliminary. And before we go, please remember to like and subscribe to the Eade Foundation on YouTube. Please remember to check out dailychessmusings.com. Check out the Daily Chess Musings Club on chess.com tomorrow night. You could play in the free Blitz tournament, and Lauren Goodkind will help you learn even more. I mean, wow, what a deal. I mean, you played today, you get to learn a whole bunch. You could play tomorrow, learn a whole bunch, have fun. Remember to look at our summer camps. You'll be seeing Jim and I during the summer. If you live in Northern California, remember Jim's working with the Mark over in Menlo Park, so maybe you could see us on a Wednesday. You can come down to Menlo Park, have fun. And there was something else. Oh yeah, give your mom a hug. Say thank you to your mom. Give your mom a hug. Don't forget, today is Mother's Day, and where would we be without our moms?
And our chess
So
moms.
yeah, our chess moms are some of our favorite moms out there. So happy Mother's Day to all the chess moms. Thank you for doing such a great job signing your kids up and encouraging them to participate in such a good activity like chess. It
That's
doesn't
very good.
harm chess doesn't harm anybody, and has so many benefits. Jim, this is your show. I'll let you have the finishing thoughts.
Well, thank you, Chris. And the first thing that occurs to me is that it's wonderful to watch young players play and play so well. And to see them progress is one of the joys that I have. And you see certain players, they go on to do certain other things, and good for them, but just being exposed to chess helps you learn certain things that are directly transferable back into the classroom. The ability to sit still and think, the ability to postpone immediate gratification. Chess teaches you if you move your queen out too early, which most of us want to do right away, it's the most powerful piece. It gets attacked and has to move again and again and again. And pretty soon the other pieces are all over you, and you realize, oh no, I can't do exactly what I want. I have to prepare it first. So that teaches you to plan. And before you do what you want to do, you prepare to be able to do it successfully. This is a hard lesson to learn, and chess is one of the few things that will help you learn these lessons. And these types of lessons are life lessons. They will apply to you wherever you go, whatever you do. And so this is the gift that chess gives back.
It won't let
And
me
I
see.
think that all the other thing that I really want to emphasize is the
Hello's got
cooperation.
really frustrating.
The help that people are giving each other to provide chances for people to play, whether it's someone giving you a facility to play, whether it's someone giving you hosting an online tournament such as this, and the chess knowledge that they have acquired in their lives to give it back to the community, because it's a chess community that we're hoping to develop, working with Chris, working with Lauren, and working with others around the Bay Area has been part of what's made my life worth living, doing good works for others. And it's one of the things that I really emphasize, that cooperation overcomes individual achievement so often, that all of us can do things alone by ourselves, but when we work with others, we accomplish more. And I'm just very grateful to be able to work with you, Chris, and for all that you're giving to the chess community. I'm very happy to partner with you on the various ways that we have been doing.
Well, thank you, Jim. It's always a pleasure, and I have a lot of other, and I know you do too, fun ideas that we can collaborate on, and the future is full of open doors
Yeah.
for these kinds of endeavors.
And I really admire the energy that you bring to the chess community, because some of us are getting a little older, a little long in the tooth. And so the other thing I would tell young players is that if you find, like it did for me, chess gives so much. Don't think that you can't do it yourselves. Look at these guys at Mission 360. They're just in high school. Look at what they're accomplishing. Not only are they strong chess players already, but they're giving opportunities for other players to do battle with players that have grandmaster titles. That was a thrill that I didn't experience until I was much older. I didn't have the opportunity to play players like that. So there's so much strength in the Bay Area right now, and tapping into it, seeing what they can teach you, that's such an invaluable experience. And I'm so happy to see it return to the Bay Area. And this has just been a very exciting time to watch what's going on in Northern California in chess. And I really admire all the people that are pulling together to keep it going, and not let it just become a thing that we look back on with fondness, but to keep it going.
We gained the initiative with this chess boom, and we're keeping the initiative going. All right, Jim. It was an absolute pleasure. I got to go finish up some of the tournament stuff. So I will talk to you again soon, my friend.
Do you want me to end the broadcast now, Chris, or?
I'm going to go ahead and leave the studio. You can continue if you like, or did you want to end now? Or
I'll end it, and
okay.
and we'll see each other soon.
All right. Bye,
Okay.
Jim.
Bye.